drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sick. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money.
Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle.
Yeah.
It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Haha.
Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. A bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money.
Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle.
Show me the money.
Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Yeah.
Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Haha. Cause it feels good right now. Yeah.
Hey,
Gotta show me the money.
whatever.
Yeah. Come on. try to tell me take it slow. The fast lane I'd rather go. I'm ready more than ever, so yeah. It's the moment I've been waiting for. 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 It's the moment, it's the moment. Yeah. They try to tell me take it slow. The fast lane I'd rather go. Yeah. I'm ready more than ever, so it's the moment I've been waiting for. 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 It's the moment, it's the moment. I'm going fast. I'm going fast. I'm going fast. Shine brighter than you. I can't be your trophy girl. 'Cause I'm a drummer girl. I dance to my own beat. You don't rule my world. I see you looking at me when I walk into the room. Want me to be your trophy 'cause I shine brighter than you. I can't be
me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you want.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the GLL Masters Spring. I'm Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss, and we are back for day 2 here of APAC North. We have we've gone through quite a few games yesterday. If you were here, we had some action, some craziness, different teams winning every single match, Axel Toss, but it was a good time, and we're going to find out who finishes on top today. So exciting things coming. How are you feeling today, bud?
I'm good, man. I'm excited. I'm hyped. Championship Sunday, as they say. Man, what a day to hang out, watch some video games. You know, we have some like super hardcore Apex fans who tune into every broadcast. I'm sure those guys are out there, so it's going to be fun seeing them hang out in the chat. And you know, it's a test of endurance also at the end of the day, not only for us or for production or for the fans, but for the players. And I really like that. Once upon a time, there was a lot of prize money given out to players who would just, you know, play a game of tic-tac-toe effectively, or just spend 30 minutes playing a game and prize money was distributed. But this is really awesome because it's literally 8 hours of competition in total for this final. So 16 matches total. We're halfway through. I like that, and I'm in for the long run. Part of me wishes we could just do it again tomorrow, but I'm here for it, Nathanius. So excited for the day.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that prize money. Of course, we got $5,000 for first place for APAC North. This is the slice of the money that's been coming over here. And we've been doing 12 points descending down, as you can see, 9, 7, 5, etc. for placement in the games, but then also 1 point per kill. And as we were looking on that schedule earlier, today is day 2. You know that we had Lawler and Matrim and others on doing the rest of the regions when we finished up yesterday. So today is the day that all of that gets settled. The format was basically we have 16 rounds for the finals. It's still the finals, but yesterday we just did the first half of the games. It's the total point total at the end of all 16 that determines it. So this isn't your ALGS with match point setup. It's going to be whoever can pick up the most kills and the highest placements on average, basically, throughout the entirety of all 16 games. And some teams, of course, yesterday really got to strut their stuff. I think the most interesting thing about yesterday's results is that we had a different team win every single round.
Yes.
No team was able to pull more than one round win. Here is a look at the schedule. Of course, yesterday we had just literally a different team winning every single time. There was one that stood above the rest, but we'll get to that in a moment. Today we are going to go through, as you can see on that schedule, we're just banging out the rest of them, all the way from match 9 to 16. And of course, that means crowning our winner. So by the end of this stream today, y'all gonna know who won APAC North, and that's a good time, Axel Toss. We get to the fun part where we get to see who wins, and we get to get all hyped up and excited in those final moments.
Yeah, and what a cool region. I'm still of the opinion that APAC North might be the strongest region in the world. And it's hard to determine that right now because there's really no international competition, obviously, because COVID's happening, and it's hard to do that with the way servers work. But these teams are good. It was really fun to watch yesterday. We might be watching like the highest level of competitive Apex Legends out there here on the stream, which is really cool. I love the parity that we're seeing, each team able to rise up. I think yesterday maybe there was a warm-up phase, right? I mean, T1, as you alluded to, didn't really start taking off until, I mean, they were getting the kills, but they were having trouble with placement, and then they finally got their win in the 7th match. So, I'm sure there's a little bit more synergy now, 8 matches in. Experience comes into play. We saw some teams landing in the same spot. Like, do they change it up a little bit? So a lot of cool things to look out for today. And we're about time. About now is the time to put your predictions in the chat. I have 2 questions. One, do we expect the same amount of parity? Do we expect different teams to win again, or do we expect a team to just run away with it? My other question would be, which team do you guys think is going to win at the end of the day? So let us know in the chat. What are your predictions? Who's got the win by the end of the day? I would love to know y'all's opinion. And your opinion, Nathanius, whenever you feel like it.
Well, we did just get to take a look at the leaderboard that we ended up with at the end of yesterday's show, and unsurprisingly, T1 on top. They've been a very strong contender, winning the ALGS for APAC North as well with $30,000. The competition wasn't crazy far behind them there, but it's about a 20-point gap right now, which is something that I think they have to be enjoying. T1 picked up 1 match towards the end of yesterday. It's the only one that they won. They didn't really have many 2nd place or 3rd place finishes. So just referencing back to that, keep your eyes when we go through these standings on the total number of kills when we check the board, because T1 have not been getting their points off of placement. T1 has not been consistently finishing 2nd or 3rd. And as I said, they only won 1 match, which is still awesome and not in any way level of disrespect. I'm just trying to emphasize how insane it is that they're still number 1 because of the ludicrous number of kills that they have. They've been absolutely dominant. We've seen them landing in the northwest corner of World's Edge every single game, splitting between trials, and they have not had any issue really when it comes to fighting the other players. So I want to see those fights continue. I want to see the madness and the chaos ensue. We've had a story of Horizons just booping up to the sky and dropping bombs on the ground and hitting everybody with that black hole, and we've just had some insane fights. I'm still thinking about, I think it might have been like the 2nd to last game, one of those 2 from yesterday, where we had like 3 teams stuck inside of one house, and it wasn't one of those things where it took forever. It just got ugly very quickly in the most fun possible way. And that's why I've been enjoying this year. This APAC North region, Apex, has been very aggressive. Lots of people just not afraid to run into fights, and not really doing as much to avoid each other as maybe in some of the other regions. So Axel Toss, I'm excited to see how T1 shakes up. I also want to see Crazy Raccoons give them a run for their money. I want to see Fennel Korea do well, but those guys have no one's been able to get anywhere near close to the amount of kills racked up as T1. If we had the Apex Predator Award in this tournament, I mean, I feel like we could probably already give it to them at the start of the 2nd half of the games. I just know they're gonna get it. Who's gonna do more than that? Nobody.
I don't think many would disagree with you on that. Super strong team, super strong play yesterday. I will say they had a couple matches where they dropped out in as one of the first 3 teams. So, in theory, it's possible to have a dud on the day, right? Where you're like, well, we didn't really show up today. So they want to avoid that. I don't think that'll happen, but they were knocked out as the first, few teams in a couple of them. Like, it happened. So if maybe you're one of the other teams, it's actually interesting to think about. If we have a little time, we can pull up the the points again of the stats of the team. Ladies and gents, we're moments from getting into the first match. Again, we have 8 matches today, so it's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, thinking about those standings, and in theory, obviously this is a competition. These teams are looking for points. I wonder, since it's kind of known where T1 is landing, does any team like make a play, right, landing either nearby, trying to disrupt because they know that they land separately? Like T1, they land pretty far apart, so I don't even know if there's a strategical implication of like trying to take advantage of that or isolate them, or try to take
Drop
out
the whole
T1,
team on
try to
trials
take
to kill Parka.
I don't know. Yeah, right. But the point is, try to take them out early if T1 ends up starting to run away with it, right? So I'm kind of curious about that. But yeah, man, should be interesting. There's obviously Crazy Raccoon, the other big name that we're looking out for. You got Reignite that showed up in a big way yesterday. Jupiter Vega, Fennel Korea started out slow, but then did much better as time went along. So another interesting note to think about that's kind of fun from this region. Selly, the Bloodhound that's on Crazy Raccoon, actually was traded or had a roster switch. He used to be on T1. Selly used to be on T1 and is now on Crazy Raccoon. So there's a little bit of a rivalry perhaps brewing between Crazy Raccoon and T1, and those might be the two teams. We're about to drop onto the first map, baby. Buckle up. We got 8 intense matches today. Let us know your predictions in the chat right now. I want to know who you think's going to win. Give us your predictions. Nathanius, here we go.
Will we get a caustic today? The questions.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
The questions that are on everybody's mind. So with this circle and the way that we see everything starting at the beginning of this game, everybody basically has been landing in the same spots throughout the duration of this tournament. SBI over at Geyser, they've kind of rocked that area. GW and CG have killed each other. They fought to the death at the very beginning of basically every single round in Lava City. T1 up in the top left, like we said. Park has been splitting up on trials. Sometimes Karampe has been taking that role for him, but for everything else, it's pretty much been. I guess the only thing that I'm noticing right now is Lag has landed alone in the West Fragment, which is, can I just say congratulations. Finally, Lag does not have to die at the very beginning. FLK is kind of between FA and Lag, but I'm really just glad that Lag and GTS aren't killing each other in that building like they normally do. Because usually HE, I think it's like HE tries to drop Fragment with them, but HE instead is landing next to Fennel Japan on launch site. So while that Lava City battle may end up happening, I'm wondering to see if they're going to try and contest it, and it looks like no, they're going to make their way over towards Dome. But this is an opportunity, I think, on the tail end while they're trying to make that rotation, that HE could be able to get some frags. Just looking at this minimap movement, watching the bacteria move across the bottom of my microscope, I can see that there is an attempt for an amoeba-like appendage to wrap around and consume the enemy here.
That's great. Yeah, and we kind of talked about these landings and these choices for these teams, kind of the theory and the strategy, landing near the edges of the map. It's kind of, considering it more for T1, they spread out in the top left, right? T1's in the top left right now, near Lava Fisher. That's kind of where they land, and it's interesting when you would you try this in ranked? And maybe you should try this in ranked. Land a little bit spread out, and one of the advantages is if you're able to really scout and listen, that's a lot of area you're covering, and then you're able to hear a third party from across your team in a lot of different, you're able to hear over a large area. So what I expect happens there is they spread out, they listen for shots, and then they have that communication, maybe come together and decide where to push. Something else that's fun to consider as we were seeing this team run away, it's CG, run away from another team, is, and Nathanius, you know about this, man, like, and you guys in the chat, when you land on a purple shield, like literally within 10 seconds.
Oh, and you get the streamer loot? Oh yeah,
dude, it's probably one of the most like motivating things when you're able to do that. So I wonder if that's an implication too for these teams. If they land on some awesome loot really quickly, they want to be able to push another team very quickly to get them before they're able to loot up. So just fun stuff to think about as far as these teams and how their movement is kind of dictated in the early stages of these matches.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of different ways that you can take it, and oftentimes it can depend on what you're falling on. As we've seen, pretty much every team going for some combination of either like a scout shotgun or a Spitfire shotgun. You're not really seeing too much deviation there. We've had a little bit of SMG action, but not really. As we've got 4 teams split across this spot, and it's so awkward. You've got GTS inside of one, you have Team
That
Jupiter,
grenade,
Lag in the
wow.
other, and then Fennel Korea. And just in case any confusion down the line today, there are 2 GTS teams that are competing here, as well as 2 Fennel teams, Fennel Korea and Fennel Japan. So you'll be hearing us say their names a lot, not just because we're old and have bad memories about who's who, but because there's literally 6 of them instead of 3. We actually got to see the Fennel teams face off against each other. A little bit of a team kill it was yesterday in one of the rounds. Knocked the other out quite early. Very painful to have happen to you from your own organization.
Skirmishes here in the beginning, and something we kind of noticed yesterday too. These teams, they'll shoot from afar. They're trying to build up their shields. In Apex, any newcomers, you dish out damage, you increase your shields, and it's honestly, it's one of my favorite things they added to this game. Like seriously, less pressure to actually find the loot and more incentive to engage. So you'll see these guys shoot from afar, try to build that damage up. We actually saw a really nice Arc Star a little earlier. Arc Star, one of my favorite utilities in the game. And that can trigger a push, right? If you're able to throw an Arc Star pretty long way, hit someone or hit a couple people, trigger a push, and then you try to take them out quickly. So again, more stuff to look out for as we see some storm pressure here for GW. Love these camera shots. Nice and smooth. I mean, you know, when you're first person with these players, it's fun to see their strategy, but it's also nice to take a breath and zoom out and see this awesome landscape, and also the positions of these teams. High ground, low ground, very important. Obviously, yesterday there were a lot of we saw a lot of choke points having to be navigated by these teams. You don't want to get sandwiched. And look at all these teams that have already made their way pretty deep within the circle. That's pretty cool to see. We're not seeing too many teams having to run too far, and that's important.
Yeah, especially with the drop path of the plane, we really had the setup where everybody was on the top side of that map very early, and this is what I was worried about. GW versus CG. These guys have been fighting in Lava City non-stop. Now the ring has actually moved past them, so these guys are just kind of slowly taking that passive damage from being outside of it. But they've been contesting over this position the entire game. I was really curious as to whether they would try to make a quick disengage and just run away back into the circle, but now everything has to be on the line. So Lucy has just one other teammate. Jewelman is standing strong. Potato has been downed. It's been taken out. Holding the door. I like this. If you're healing on the other side of the door, of course, the enemy team can't open it. They're going to have to kick it to get there, giving up their position. And Suicune tries to go up top to give the flank for Eden and Hollow, but they are down, and he's still taking damage from the ring. So at some point, you have to stop fighting to take a second to heal, and you just don't have that time. GW is going to get wiped super early on. Jewelman's going to be able to pick up Lucy, and first ring damage is, I think, too much to try and take fights in, but for running, if you have med kits, if you have those first aid kits and the syringes, you should be able to make it. However, they still have a fair bit of distance to cover, and let's not forget that next circle is going to close somewhat soon too.
Yeah, it's very close to getting to the next phase here. I guess one advantage is you're so in the outskirts that maybe you're not running into as many teams, but yeah, it's pretty tough position to be out there like this, and maybe other teams are not expecting you to come in from the storm this late. Perhaps that's an advantage. Also, there's no hex protection in this mode here. It's been disabled, I believe, in tournament play, so it's hard to really stay out there too long. So good points all around. We're seeing a lot of constriction, if you will, of these teams kind of minding their own business, picking the houses that they're most interested in, and setting up perhaps some video games before deciding to rotate. There we see Flora being the first to rotate, trying to take advantage of this high ground, and looks like they're hearing a fight in the distance, so they're gonna go in that direction. And it's kind of interesting how passive most of these teams are. I mean, our kill leader has 3 kills, so something else to keep an eye on.
Yeah, this whole situation has just been very much about getting the kills and the momentum. That's the big thing about this kind of tournament. The slow, passive, methodical, rotational base play that you're going to see out of like NA teams in ALGS and whatnot, where you're playing for the match point situation. It's not quite like that. So this is going to have a lot more of the feelings like one of those really aggressive ranked kind of games that you're going to play. There's so much benefit to going after each other, as we just see a huge wipe there on Team FUG, kind of getting caught on the inside of that building. Not really any room to maneuver, no cover on the outside. And that kind of leads us, I think, into the compositions that we've been seeing. Unsurprisingly, it's been a tremendous amount of Gibraltar and Horizon. And then usually that third flex position's kind of been going between, it feels like to me, mostly Bloodhounds. People really like being able to find anybody that's nearby to go and get those kills, rather than, oh, I'm just going to try and hide and play a little bit more of a turtley defensive style. Of course, Horizon gives that huge a bit of mobility. You have the boost pad for everybody, and of course the Black Hole ultimate. Cannot underestimate the strength of being able to crowd control potentially multiple teams, which happened yesterday. You throw a couple arc stars in there, well, Axel Toss, you're gonna be watching a bunch of body parts fly out of it.
Yeah, it's crucial, as we see T1 just had a really nice engagement there. We saw unfold on the screen, getting those kills early, and now we're finally seeing some action happen as this circle's getting smaller and smaller. 4 teams knocked out in this first match,
and they picked up a dub yesterday as well. The FAOIO. These guys were they've got that little bug-eyed anime icon as their team portrait. I'll never forget that. They had a good dub yesterday. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to grab the most kills out of the teams that have been competing, so their points slipped quite a bit quickly after that. I think it's really just been T1 that's been able to maintain their high placement, just because, well, I mean, it kind of sounds like an oxymoron, because their placement was low, but their kills were very high. They've held that high place because they've been so aggressive, but good at it. And when you're talking about those situations, and I remember you mentioning this earlier, like, oh, do teams just try to dive on top of those leading teams later on to deny them from getting those points? On one hand, that can work. On the other hand, you can also be feeding them when you do that, right? So you really have to be super careful about the way that you try to engage these guys. As Team Flora, going up against Orthrus Fang, who also won one of the rounds yesterday, since it's been spread out so evenly. It's very hard to call, but this is they're making a lot of noise when T1's in the tunnel. Yeah,
it's a curious position here. You see T1's under pressure right now. T1 needs to not be where they are. They're going to have to move. The thing is, there's only one way out, and you could see those 2 teams there just watching that entrance. So T1 in potentially an awkward position. We'll see if they can navigate out of it. And look at over here. This is the Olympic Village. Everyone again.
Is everybody still just chilling here?
Yeah, just chilling in their houses. Maybe
Nice.
a Bloodhound is like scanning just to freak out their neighbor here and there. Okay, it looks like T1's having to move. Actually, in the top left, we see Parka kind of splitting away from his 2 teammates. Looks like they might just deviate and go down south, but
Well, there's not many options.
Right, there's no matter what, they're gonna have to like go through a choke point, it seems like, and it seems like there's a lot of teams kind of waiting for that. So T1, a little bit of a tricky situation. The good news is they might run into some more teams and get some more kills, but looks like they might find a way. This might work for them. They're rotating down south, and look at Flora. Flora's kind of still looking for T1. Same with Orthrus Fang. They're kind of thinking they're still in there, but T1 might wrap around and potentially try to fight Flora, or maybe knock on the door of one of these buildings.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few opportunities here. I mean, ideally, you want to try to push in on 2 teams that are fighting each other, right? You want to get the third-party action, because both of the teams would be distracted. It's going to give you the greatest opportunity to get sights on an enemy and start to shoot down range. You don't want them to get the element of surprise on you for obvious reasons. Serpent is going to push up on T1 on their way out. So they're trying to leave through the south exit of those tunnels by Serpent. You can see the black hole from the horizon kind of pulling everybody close. And very important to keep in mind, Flora is not too far away on the other side of that either. So an early kill here on T1 could be devastating. Parka very low. Hatana trying to move up on top of them as well. Now they still have that deep tunnel to retreat back into, and then the choke point kind of turns back into their favor. It'll be very difficult and perhaps foolish if Serpent just decides, you know what, we're just gonna run screaming through this door and assume that everything is gonna be okay. You got to play for picks. You got to be real smart, and I don't think you want to try to make that movement until you can get a knock, which so far they haven't been able to do.
Yeah, T1 surprised about this, I think. Serpent took a little bit of a weird route to actually get to that location, but Flora might be really happy about this because I think they might be third partying. So let's keep an eye on that. T1 definitely in a dire situation, though. They're going to have to navigate themselves out of this crunch. Dropping down a Gibraltar bubble that's Parker getting low in health. His two teammates are still up, though, and it looks like it's at least two teams involved. The Serpent mostly getting knocked out. Looks like T1 getting the better end of this for now. Gibraltar with the quick pickup. And I'm so surprised there's no third party here. I thought for sure Flora was hearing what's going on.
Well, it'd be suicide to run into a tunnel like that, even with gunfire going on, right? I think that's the benefit of that position is T1. It was awkward for them to leave for the same reason that it's really awkward for anyone to push them. And as they go back towards this north side, I get a little bit anxious again because this is where Team Flora was hiding, as well as Orthr's Fang. Orthr's Fang is still quite close by, but they're a little bit spread out now. That top side has been cut off, and that's one of the ways when you make these rotations, use the circle to your advantage. They want to rotate out this way because it cuts off one of their flanks. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you're going to be exposed, but they actually get their eyes onto, I believe that should be Team Orthr's Fang, not too far ahead of them, and Karampe on that Spitfire that we've seen so many times in this tournament, getting ready to unleash hell as that Gibraltar bubble shield pops and goes away for the enemy team.
And by the way, I think Flora's out, dude. They were either in that fight or close to it. So that's why that T1 potentially just, mowing through any team that is near them. But now looks like they're in a little bit of another altercation, finding a team on the left, and now they're dealing with those teams in the village down below. I'm very impressed with how T1 has started. They were in a pretty tough spot. They had to move. A lot of teams around them, but they had a teammate down. I mean, they had a man down, but able to hang in there.
That's just been the whole story with them. Is they're so good at taking fights. It's okay if one of them gets knocked because they're so fast. You never have time to try and thirst anyway. This position gets a little bit worse though, right? You've got GTS just below them. Orthr's Fang has been cold, but they're still not too far away. But SBI is kind of swinging around that north side, and it's funny that they've managed to go all the way to the top of the map here, coming from the Geyser location that basically nobody else has been playing. As we come back over towards the giant icicle formation in the northeast. My favorite part of the map is just love this beautiful giant area, completely frozen over. Momon from Fennel, Japan, coming in, cleaning up and doing a great job in that fight. Really seeing that Bloodhound tactical get used super well. Of course, the ultimate, that vision, being able to see everything. You can't really overstate how important it is to have the information, even if it's just barely seconds in advance. Coming through the circle, a little bit of a tough rotation to try to make, but trying to stay outside the line of sight of the enemy teams. Getting boosted up just a little bit, but able to get that shield heal and make it to the top.
That utility from Horizon's Q, just impressive every time. Potato dropped down trying to get the banner of his teammate. I'm not sure if he got it, but there's that team down below, obviously, where we saw that Bloodhound ultimate. Always fun to get eyes on that Bloodhound ultimate. Really see, for those who don't play Bloodhound, or really being able to see what crows are able to do with that vision. It is just such a great utility and great timing on that push we just saw. But now we're looking at Crazy Raccoon. We haven't looked at them today, so it's cool to see Selly, Captain, and Raz. They are definitely one of the favorites coming into today. Ooh,
well, they go down that
on the other
cliff.
side. Yep.
Yeah, disengaging from FALAO. They actually are getting caught on the south end, taking some shots from. They're so far away. We can't see them on this, even on this view. Yeah, it looks like CG is actually getting up into it with Team Jupiter over there as well. They're taking some huge hits. And that Kraber says it all. It's the biggest, baddest sniper you're going to be dealing with, and it'll scoop your head clean off.
And honestly, that's 788 from Reignite. And Reignite, they had a great day yesterday. He is in the best spot right now. he got ahead of the circle, and every team is having to run in his direction. So this is just beautiful. You got a Kraber, you're looking downrange, everyone's running at you. Thank you very much.
He's got 3 shots left, though. Worth mentioning, he's just got 3 shots left on it right now. So You don't get to spam this thing forever. It's a very powerful
Right.
weapon, but you need to be really careful about picking
Oh.
your shots. And we have so that was the EMP. It looked like trying to come in from somebody at the same time as the orbital bombardment from the Gibby. This is one of those reasons why you see Gibby, because sometimes in order to beat the monster, you need the monster. So you put down his bubble. That's going to protect you from the opposing Gibraltar ultimate, and that gives you the time that you need. You wait that out. You drop yours on the back end, try to cover the retreat.
Yeah,
but
it's
SBI is
huge.
getting pinned between Reignite and T1, two of the strongest teams. Reignite, another top 5 team. SBI, you do not want to be between those two guys. You will get wrecked.
7 squads left now. Jupiter Vega. That's is the team able to stay up? They had a great day yesterday, and it looks like they will be able to stay up. Wow, really clutch move by their crypto player there, keeping his shields up. They're on the edge of the circle though. Got some movement to do. Again, only 6 squads left now. Looks like T1 getting some more damage done. I'm looking in the kill feed right now.
When are they not killing everybody in the
Yeah,
game?
like, and you know, I will say I miss Lifeline. I know there's some conversation in the community about Lifeline right now. I'll say it. I miss her. We haven't seen Lifeline in competitive play as much. And as you said, we're just seeing Gibraltar all the time. So discussions on that maybe for another day. But you know, feel free to let us know let us know your thoughts in the chat. It's always fun to talk about.
Well,
meta
I would
games
much
and-
rather see Caustic. Okay, I don't know about you.
I'm with you.
All
Oh,
right.
look at Reignite with the push. This is how you do it, baby. They just swept in there, cleaned them out. Thank you very much.
At FIOIO, since they got that round win somewhat early, right? I believe in the first half of the matches yesterday, not really able to pick up the pace there, because especially with the speed of these guys like T1, watching them make these engagements, make these big plays. But the other thing is, they don't just have to make those close quarters plays. We're seeing that mid-range downfield shots, and there it is, wiping out everybody.
Wow.
I think one of the faster ends that we've had to a match. I feel like we've almost always gotten to that 6th circle actually being like close to closing for a lot of those fights to get forced, but it was in such an open area. And I think T1 just having all the kit that they could possibly want, we just got to watch them mow everybody down. They handled the close quarters just fine, but there you can see with the triple take, with the Spitfire, they don't miss those shots at mid-range, and that's really what counts, I think, the most for T1. They are just mechanically superior, it feels, to many of these other teams, no matter how good they are, and a lot of them are great, but T1 really shows that distance. And here in the first game, I mean, they started in first place today, Axel Toss, after yesterday's matches. So we find ourselves looking at them probably going over 110 points here. And I'm not sure any other teams are even close to 100 yet.
So impressive from T1. And dude, at the end of that game, it cascaded so much. It happened really quickly. And it tends to happen in these final stages of these highly competitive Apex matches, because you have so many teams coming together in such a short amount of time. So just the fact that T1 was able to get out of there, I'm excited to watch through that again as we get through the highlights. Pretty interesting game, interesting circle. We saw a lot of, like, T1 was forced to make a lot of movements as we see that final moment there, and God, that seemed relatively comfortable to them. And we watched it unfold. They were forced to kind of move in different locations. They ran into a team here and there, but they were able to manage it fine. They had one team get knocked, or they had one player get knocked at a certain point, but otherwise that seemed relatively comfortable. So look out for T1 today, man.
Yeah, that's a tough break for Crazy Raccoon, by the way, with the way that they got pinched. I think we had a lot of people excited to see them in that match. But ladies and gentlemen, that does it for round number 9 of 16 here for our grand finals. We'll be jumping into game 10 after this short break. You're watching the GLL Spring Masters.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
You coulda had it all, you coulda had it all. All of my good stuff, all of my kisses were yours. But baby, don't call. I'm praying on you. A queen like me needs more from you. Hot girl summer, I'm waiting on you. Where my queen's at? Bet I appreciate that. Where my queen's at? I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. Don't care if you judge me. Don't need you to love me. I dance on my own. I don't care if they watch me. You coulda had it all. You coulda had it all. You coulda had it all, but you didn't come right. You didn't come right. Now you wanna come call me. I'm praying on you. A queen like me needs more.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the GLL Spring Masters. I'm Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss, bringing you APAC North Apex Legends gameplay. We are in the grand finals of our APAC North matches, and it's been wild, Axel Toss. We finally get to see T1 really establishing some dominance there. Not only did they murder half the players in that lobby, but they got their second match win. They are the first team in this 16-round grand final to get 2-round wins. So they are finally the first team to get a second round win. This is the scoreboard for match 9. They had 12 kills in first place, picked up 24. Reignite, not too far behind them. Everybody else, though, I mean, you're going to have to pick up the pace if you want to catch up to T1 here, because they are going to run away with this soon, Axel Toss, if they're not shut down.
Yeah, and actually, shout out to Reignite there. They had a pretty solid game, getting second place and quite a few kills to go alongside it. And that's going to put them at second place overall. But gosh, just the number of kills, you said it, that just straight up is what's separating T1 from the rest.
75.
75. The next highest is 52 from Crazy Raccoon there. So just crazy numbers from T1. Clearly one of the best teams in the world. 117 points overall, giving them a pretty decent advantage with, you know, we're just a little over halfway through all the matches. So there's still time in theory for these other teams to come back. But T1 starting out huge. I asked when the stream started, you know, who are we going to see win? And then are we going to see any multiple winners today? it seems to me like T1 is definitely going to try to make that happen. They're warmed up from yesterday. They understand the lobby. But yeah, man, excited to continue with these matches with again, morning coffee with Axel Toss and Nathanius. So shout out to everyone watching from around the world, no matter where you are. I know it's early in some places, so
The sun will be rising in about 2 hours here. Very excited.
so shout out to everyone for tuning in and checking out twitch.tv/GLL Apex. Remember, there's Apex Legends going on all day today.
That's
so
right.
I'm ready.
And,
I'm
and for
ready
many
to keep
other
going.
weekends too. This isn't the only weekend of
Right.
GLL Spring Masters gamers. Okay, there's gonna be you're gonna get your North American games. You're gonna get your European games. We're gonna be doing APAC South later at the end of the month. So don't worry, you've got lots of Apex Legends to follow to get yourselves excited before the next big ALGS events start to kick off. But man, Reignite, they look like the team that could possibly be contesting here with T1. I don't know how you keep up with that momentum if T1 starts popping off and getting all these kills in the next game. Someone's going to have to try and maybe make that sniper, that counter play that you were talking about. A couple of teams might have to just rub elbows and be like, hey, we're all going to lose if T1 wins 3 more rounds here. And then the second half of the matches today won't even matter. So
I'm telling you, dude.
let's get to work. Let's get to work, okay? We've got a lot to do here. If anybody wants to have a chance other than T1, because they looked unstoppable in the first match today.
If I'm one of these teams near the bottom, you know, Hybrid Eclipse, FUG, SBI, like, you know, again, nothing against them, but they might be out of it. You know, if I'm one or two of these teams, maybe I'm dropping right on top of T1. If I'm out of this, maybe I'm landing on those guys, man.
Prize money does go top 5.
Look,
so
dude,
it's not.
look,
it is
look, if
okay if you can't beat T1. But
if
at
I'm
the
a
same
coach,
time,
if I'm a coach right now, if I'm a coach in Apex Legends and I'm seeing T1, look at this map, dude. Look at T1. They land in this exact spot every time. If I'm a coach, land on Parka. You have 3. He is 1. Land on Parka in trials. I would try that for fun, but I'm not a coach, so what do I know?
I
At
have
the
a
same time, though,
feeling-
you know, that being said, if that were to happen, obviously the other teammates from T1 would try to come over and support. But the point is, they're spread out right now. Could be a vulnerability. I mean, I'd love to see it, dude. You know.
I get that on one hand, and then on the other hand, if you make that play and it doesn't work out, or if Parka's able to escape, I don't think you have enough loot for a full team.
Yeah, but if
Or
you're
especially
last in the
multiple teams there.
standings, I mean, you got nothing to lose, my friends. At the bottom.
I see what you mean there, but I don't think that if somebody has like a big run or they pop off, we've still got like 7 matches left, right? This is the second of 8 today, and the 10th of 16 total. So I think there's still plenty of opportunity for someone to try and make that comeback. But I think what you're saying, in a couple more rounds, maybe when we're at like 14 out of 16 or 13 out of 16, I think that's when you see the teams on that bottom rung that have no light at the end of the tunnel maybe start to make some YOLO meme plays.
It's like, this is like the chaotic neutral point of view, right? Like, either A, let's flip up the map rotation, let's turn this map upside down, or let's get someone dropping on top of T1 to get some diversity in the early game. Hey, I'm just a biased commentator, don't worry about me. I like the circle location though that we're seeing here. Another unique spot, and again, as I'm saying there, yes, my production flipping the map upside down for us, get a moment of inception. I love it. That was awesome. But yeah, I mean, again, these guys are effectively landing in the same spot, so I'm just really looking out for seeing how that changes throughout the day. Hey, if it stays the same, whatever, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, well, I think that the other thing to keep in mind is these guys do take it very seriously. You know, the professional scene, and I think one of the best things about tournaments like GLL, ALGS, EA, Respawn, and everybody have just been putting on a really a good job, I think, of keeping the multinational tournament scenes going and allowing the teams and the regions to kind of develop their own talent, you know, sequestered apart from each other, which I think is a really important component. You know, you got to give the mid and lower end of each region an opportunity to feel like they can actually reach that point where they can compete with everybody else. So I just love watching and getting to see these guys go at it, because even the teams on the bottom rung, you don't know where these guys are going to be in a year or two. You don't know if these tournaments are going to be the ones that kind of light that fire under them, as you could say, to really put in the practice time and perhaps reach that next level. And maybe the next time that we see them, it's not quite the same story as it was today. So that to me is the coolest part about esports competition in general. You know, you've got so many players from so many different places, and yet they always keep landing in Lava City to fight each other to the death in these two houses. Axel Toss, CG and GW, they're just like, guys, we were gonna scrim each other, but I guess we could just play this tournament instead.
And we're hearing a Bloodhound ultimate that's losing on the roof. Yeah, this is pretty funny. These constant, again, the consistent fights that end up happening when these teams just land in the same spots. So let's see what happens here. Okay, CG against GW. Looks like CG trying to take control of the roof, staying up there for now. GW on the 3rd floor here. It's hard to kind of move up the stairs. Okay, so they're going to bounce on the left-hand side with the Horizon. Going to try to target down Potato. 3-on-1. He's going to try to run away. And here comes the support.
Yeah, they're kind of waiting. That Gibby shield went away as they were making their way up with that Horizon. And the boop up. But at the same time, it's important to keep in mind that if everybody takes it together, the bullets don't need to be as accurate to hit somebody. So that's a lot of damage that gets sprayed into their team coming up. And actually, HE is here for the third party. So GW and CG both drop to the bottom. HE, they are, I think they're like bottom 5 or bottom 3 in points overall in the tournament. So these guys really might be already in that situation that you were talking about, where you just go no holds barred, right? You just go plus ultra 110%, leave it all out on the field. Bottom 5 or bottom 3 in points overall in the tournament. So these guys really might be already in that situation that you were talking about, where you just go no holds barred, right? You just go plus ultra 110%, leave it all out on the field, and try to see if you can actually make some sort of a statement. If not for the sake of the tournament, then for the sake of yourselves and your organization. You want to feel like you came here and made something happen. Hollow, however, with that Eva 8 says no. Hollow with the Mastiff, and Eden with the Eva 8. They go for a full shotgun showdown against GW, or excuse me, CG.
Meanwhile, we got that was super strange. Okay, is this team just on top of each other? Fennel coming in here. At first I thought it was just like one player, but it seems like the whole team.
If Fennel get
involved.
the next third party in.
Yeah.
Some of CG is still up top here though. So they pushed in. So HE got cleaned up by no, it's just getting crazy, right? HE gets cleaned up by GW gets cleaned up by FL. Now FL and CG going at it inside the structure. Jewelman is down. Lucy and Potato missing both of their shields, getting that regenerated though. Just an alternator with a level 1 magazine though is really not the firepower that you're kind of hoping for in these situations. The damage output's not quite the same as getting somebody up close with that Mastiff that we were looking at earlier. And I think you're scared to get up close because there were a lot of shotguns. They may have been picked up by FL on their way in here. So I guess that extra level of aggression is already starting to show itself. 3 teams going to die at Lava City well before the first ring even. I mean, honestly, they were dying before the ring even started to close, it felt like. But they've got a huge amount of momentum at least coming out of here.
This fight is not over yet either. Shout out to CG, somehow staying alive throughout all of this, but I think the party's about to be spoiled for them. Is this Fennel that's still alive? We're about to see it. I mean, are there still 3 teams involved here? Let's see, that's Potato. He's trying to just employ evasive tactics, trying to stay away, but he's being pursued. And there must be a teammate somewhere. Gosh, he's so good with being evasive. It's such a key element of being good at Apex Legends. Can you have that map knowledge, that terrain knowledge? Can you stay alive in these dire situations? Potato just showcasing that right now, but can he get out of this alive?
Yeah, at some point you have to ask yourself whether it's worth it to try and make a run for it, grab the banners and go, or if you're actually going to sit here and try to take on what could potentially be that 1v2, 1v3, whether or not you've gotten picks on the enemy team. Do you think that you have do you 100% know how many players are there? Were they aware of how many survived from when they came in and got the third party attack done earlier? Hard to say. I mean, we've been following these guys for a lot. Kind of interested to see what's going on elsewhere on the map. But as we've got T1 over here going up against GTS. Now Park is on the low ground by himself. Cabbages comes up top, so it's a 1v2 up top and a 1v2 on the bottom. So Cabbages takes the portal back though. Park is right there and ready to receive, however, throwing those grenades and the thermites straight through. So Cabbages was knocked. He comes in. We see that 100 shield damage. The thermite is tagging a couple of the enemies. That does reveal where they're running for a few moments as that damage continues to tick. Now you can kick the door open, have one other person playing point man, and that is Karampe. There's the slide through. Parka coming up with that vault and going to be mopping up a few of them. Cabbages is not able to get away. Brasidian, neither him. And maybe if you get the portal up to the top, you can do something. But actually, Orthr's Fang is just waiting there.
Go through, no?
Even if you could have made it through the portal to try and run, it would have just taken you to your death regardless.
Wow, what honestly, what a great engagement there from T1, and we're seeing just the effectiveness of grenades. You know, some people might not like grenades as much or favor having some more ammo in their inventory, but we saw the effectiveness just there. That thermite dishing out so much splash damage, just juicy damage there for T1. And once again, another clinic of you know, how to take these fights. They got that fight done. They got it done quickly. And that's important because you know a third party is always going to be looming. I'm a little bit surprised Orthos Fang didn't push that, but they're going to play it a little bit safer. Maybe they feel they have the high ground here, and they're going to let the fight come to them. But T1 doing a great job. Something I was thinking about also was, you know, the kind of the incentive to take fights and maybe, you know, we saw that crazy sequence a little earlier in this game of just the fights, the third parties continue to happen. There might be a bit more of a sense of urgency here to jump on fights and get kills, really looking out for those third parties, because we're getting to the end of this tournament. We see how important those kills are, and we see T1 running away in that kill count. So I wouldn't be surprised if these teams really a little bit more actively listening for those fights and a little bit more urgent to get involved with these fights to try to get these third parties so that someone can try to catch T1 in that kill count.
Yeah, I think for T1's sake, the smartest play is you want to play for placement now instead of kills, because as long as they get any kills and they keep this momentum and they don't get eliminated early, it's going to be very hard for anybody else to catch up with them, because they don't just have to finish high. They need to start to get a lot of kills if they want to get anywhere close to matching the kind of production that T1's been having. And we've had a couple of these games end on thermal, so these teams have gotten quite comfortable with holding this position. We had at least like 2 or 3 circles end by thermal yesterday, so unsurprising that we have the team up top trying to hold the center, have a team on the bottom. FLK, Fennel Korea, Younghee coming out, puts the bubble down, has as much as he can to try and defend this. Minson going for the flank on the side with that Bloodhound ultimate, but taken down rather quickly. Got to a sliver of health, tried to slip out, but unfortunately was unable to do so. Dogma going for the shield battery, and there's just a grenade hail coming out from Younghee, trying to create a little bit of space, buying that time for the teammates to get his res up as they're going to get tagged by that radar. CVA Tantan coming over on the other side, teammate down by the item barrel, and he's going to be able to use that cover as they clean up Fennel Korea. So a big pickup there for CVA Kagoshima, as they have managed to pick themselves up a couple of kills, and not a bad fight. I think pushing thermal still going to be very difficult, but at least for now, they're playing gatekeepers.
Yeah, it was a really impressive engagement, especially the shots we were seeing from Fennel Korea were really solid. Like that triple take can be so strong, but here's T1 coming in there. There we see the Gibraltar ult, Parka, the Horizon, using that Q to that high ground and try to find Orthros Fang down below. They're in a dire position. This is T1 looming on you. T1 has the high ground. I'm not feeling too good about Orthros Fang right now.
They've got to be careful. There it is, the black hole from the Horizon. It works through anything. They're trying to get to the teleporter. They're trying to use the portal to get away from the black hole, and I kind of like that cute maneuvering. They find themselves back in the same spot, and T1 Parka making his way forward. I mean, I'm going to be honest, at this situation, if you're T1, you're thinking, man, these guys all keep hiding in the same spot where we just killed everyone else. I love that we get to practice our engaging people, turtling in buildings, and they do a good job of that so far. They get the down on Dav, and it looks like one of them able to make it away through the hydro vent, but at the same time, even with that boost away, you know, having your teams kind of picked away slowly like this is exactly what T1 needs. Take it slow. There's no reason to force anything. You want to get as late into these games as you possibly can. Pick up whatever kills come your way, sure, but as long as you're not trying to force some sort of boneheaded fight in the first couple of minutes and you're, you know, team number 18 that gets eliminated, you're going to be happy. I think they're going to be able to maintain that point pacing that they've been able to make so far. GTS kind of stuck on the underside of this bridge. Not a whole lot to work with when there's a couple different angles from above the enemy can shoot you at.
And also potentially hear the res happen. That's a source of nervousness, perhaps. Obviously, you folks playing Apex Legends at home, make sure you got that volume up nice. I've been jump scared though a couple times in this game. That can happen, but obviously listening is integral. GTS though, they're gonna have to take this fight, able to get the res up, but let's see if they can survive.
It's a really cute engage, honestly. So Tethy uses the black hole to force a disengage, kind of in a way. The bubble shield got dropped before the enemy team actually came down to try and kill them. So they were thinking the Gibraltar shield goes down first, cuts off the heal. They can all run down without getting hit. But that's where that black hole was really good. Pulls everybody out of the Gibraltar shield so that they can actually focus on the fight and get those frags. Now Team Jupiter Vega going up against T1. Team Jupiter's been pretty good, but T1, well, they're on top for a reason. It's going to be a tough fight for them regardless.
It seems like today we're always saying we're seeing T1 a lot, and that's probably on purpose from them. They're on fire this morning. They coming out strong, win game 1, and now they're taking every fight and they're doing well in these fights and they're getting a lot of camera time. Maybe they just want the camera time, Nathanius. They got those minute obligations. The more they're on camera, the more the sponsors like it. So here they are on camera all the time because they're just so good at this game.
My research into alternate realities suggests that the camera does follow those who win a lot, so not super surprising. Karampe goes straight in, by the way, on the front of this fight as Jupiter Vega kind of takes a step back, but Karampe was really just trying to force the issue big time and gets the down on Yegan. But Team Jupe, we managed to have Tatsu actually roll out, and with that EVA 8 get the counter shot to completely flip things over there. So T1 gets eliminated. They did pick up some kills this round. They didn't get, the worst possible placement points, but they won't get a lot of them. So these are the kinds of situations we're talking about now. With 33 players left in the game and nobody from T1, this is going to be your best possible opportunity if you're one of those teams in the middle of the pack or just behind them, looking at Reignite, wherever they are, if they're still up here in this round. This is your chance. If you pop off, you can pick up maybe 5 to 10 of the kills that are left and win. Then all of a sudden you're within striking distance of the #1 squad.
That was crazy there. T1 getting knocked out, and that's what happens when the circle can get so small, but there's still so many teams around. You really have to be aware of your positioning. T1 effectively got caught a little bit by the storm. They were pressured. They didn't have too many routes to go, and they were cut off. And, kudos to the team that took them down there. But T1 getting knocked out in 12th place, perhaps a surprise for some others. But as you said, they were able to pick up a decent amount of kills in this round so far. So, got some points at the end of the day. But here we go. We got 11 squads left in this match. Seeing all the teams in action. Looking for, Crazy Raccoon. We can see them in the bottom left there. Remember, they're one of our teams really in contention. So what an opportunity here for all the other teams outside of T1 to really try to bridge that gap.
Yeah, and Team Reignite in the dead center, by the way. Team Jupiter's going to throw that EMP forward. I think that they are trying to push in on Reignite here. This was the same spot they were just chilling in. So Gibby ult is coming down, but they do have the bubble to keep themselves safe here. Crypto stepping forward. We've got Yegan looking for some action going around the back side of this. They're kind of hid up in this little alcove area. Tries to pull up the EVA 8, not able to get it. Switches back towards that vault, letting the bullets fly, and Reignite dies. So a really, really important shutdown here from Team Jupiter as they want to claw themselves back up in the ranks, and they take out one of the other top 5 teams. And this is where that opportunity really presents itself for Crazy Raccoons, as you were mentioning. We've got Selly up on top, just on the other side of that little lava valley outside of Thermal, basically. That next circle is going to head even further east, so all these teams have to keep moving. And here we go, Crazy Raccoons engaging with Team Jupiter Vega, getting into a big fight. Shields going down quickly as USG and Lag, I mean, whichever one of those team wins, I'm not sure if either of them actually wins in the end. They might both just die trying to get out of there, whoever survives that fight.
Yeah, as you said it, I think that was pretty much happening. But oh man, what a move from Crazy Raccoon in such an important time. It's the 3 of the top 5 teams are fighting there. Jupiter Vega getting knocking out Reignite, but then out of nowhere, Crazy Raccoon jumping on that exactly when they need to. And again, these are all the teams in contention. So really dramatic moments there as we're down to 7 squads remaining. And Crazy Raccoon, we're looking at them right now. They're going to be the happiest ones at the end of that engagement. You know what? I almost feel like this is a must-win for Crazy Raccoon. T1's out, Jupiter's out, Reignite
This is the
is
best
out.
possible scenario for them, right?
Gotta do it, yeah.
The other heavy hitters have been eliminated. You know, at this point, they're fighting some of the guys that have been coasting a little bit or on the lower end of that top 10. There's not the same level. They don't have to deal with T1 anymore. They don't have to deal with Team Jupiter anymore. They don't have to deal with Team Reignite anymore. So those are definitely some of the biggest contestants to have to worry about. If they can kill everybody else and wipe this out, there's a crazy amount of points still on the board between Team Flora, GTS, CG, CVA. Those guys are all still alive right now, but they really haven't been the most threatening in some of these fights when it comes to dealing with the big teams since Crazy Raccoon showed up after Team Jupiter was fighting T1. So the only guys that have been able to kill the big guys have still been the other big guys in this tournament. So Selly up front, they're taking the shots. End loses his shields, but there's a little third-party action coming back from Flora. So they are fighting across 2 angles
Great
right
shots.
now. Need to pick where you want to go.
Great shots here from Selly and throwing down the Q, also getting his shield upgraded. They were pushing that initially, but now backing up, going a different direction. The good news is a lot of damage being dished out here by Selly. There we see the ultimate coming from above. And again, the circle of the zones coming in, the storm. So a lot of pressure on these teams. Crazy Raccoon would love to get some kills here. But of course, what's important for them is winning as well. They're a little bit in the open, have to be concerned about that. Might be vulnerable to an ult from an enemy Gibraltar. Looks like they're going to push this. Eva 8, Selly, the damage output is severe.
That slide out of Selly was beautiful.
And that's
Absolutely.
like a Christmas tree, a Christmas presents under the tree there, as we see another engagement happen of death boxes. So many death boxes stacked up. Meanwhile, Crazy Raccoon turning around. This could be it. This is the end. Crazy Raccoon, they got it. They did it somehow, some way. They attacked left. They attacked right. They were able to get the third parties.
It was the
and they made it
perfect
happen.
storm. It was the perfect storm. What more could you ask for than to third party the team who just killed the #1 team in the tournament, right? There's nothing better that can happen because A, the #1 team is out, obviously. B, the next strongest team that's still left alive is now battered and bruised and trying to recover, so you get to jump on them. But then everybody else that's left in the game, you know, they're just the extras as far as the top 5 is concerned. They're just the guys that they've been farming their points off of. So Crazy Raccoons gets to really pay off some huge dividends with their playstyles. And also, you know, we've had a lot of love for Selly in the chat today, and I'm gonna give Selly the love there on that end. That fight went so well, but not just from the aim, not just from the combat, but the way that Selly kind of went around that side position and we saw everybody tucked into the wall. Selly got knocked down, but opened the door for the team to just go get the rest of those picks at the same time on the other side of it, and creating that chaos, getting in the way of your enemies, especially when you're dealing with all this stuff in your face. You got missiles flying, the ring's closing in, Gibraltar's shield is there, there's still a black hole outside the ring over on the other side, and then even while that's going on, you've still got CVA trying to shoot at you from the other corner too. So this was just one of those situations where, looking at this highlight reel, Crazy Raccoon had an opportunity kind of fall into their lap, and believe me, they definitely played well this round, but it was extremely fortuitous. They were able to get into this situation where they're like, okay, it's just one of the top 5 teams versus about 3 or 4 teams that were not top 5 caliber so far. So really, really, really big pickup for them. I'm very interested to see how close they're going to end up to T1 in the points, but we'll take a look at that after the break. We'll be right back with more GLL Spring Masters for Apex Legends.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. 'Cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me
mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sit. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money.
Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money. Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. A bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money.
Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle.
Show me the money.
Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Yeah.
Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, Crazy Raccoon finished that too fast for the casters to even really call it as a fair way to describe the way that
It's
game
true.
went. Because if we were following the fight, but the problem was, between us and the observer, we could only see so many things at once. But they were actually fighting two teams at the same time, actually three, because they killed Serpent and CVA while we were watching them kill the other team in that poor little corner. An absolutely filthy, as I like to call it, a dumpstering perhaps of the enemy in the second round that we've had today. So here's the scoreboard for match 10. Crazy Raccoon bags themselves 23 points, and I believe I think they started the day at 77, so they are going to be over that 100 mark now and within striking distance of T1 as we look to see who is going to be at the top at the end of the day. Not to mention, of course, that T1 still picked up a couple frags in that match. They didn't really get the deep placement. We've talked about that kind of being their weakness, and they're still up 121 points to 103. I would say that that's a nice safety cushion.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll go one step further, Axel Toss. It's nice to be up about 18 points on second place, but it's really nice to be up over 20 points on third place. That is a huge gap to cover for Reignite. And I mean, they've been no slouches themselves.
Yeah, and at the same time, T1, they only got 4 points, I believe, from that last match. So it is possible for any of you guys who like rooting for chaos or like rooting on the underdog in March Madness. We
All
can
the
call
Jets
this April
fans out
Madness.
there.
It is theoretically possible for these other teams to make a comeback. The format, we know about it. We see the different point accumulations that we're seeing from these teams. It's possible to get a lot of points, and it's also possible to not get a lot of points. So Crazy Raccoon, some people in the chat were talking about it, doing exactly what they needed to do effectively. These teams know what they have to do. They know how many matches are left. This is the last day. Crazy Raccoon was very opportunistic there. That you're probably looking at the kill feed, and you're like, okay, T1's in a fight, perhaps, and you're listening for a fight, or you see T1 is knocked, or you see T1 is out. That very well might inspire a team like Crazy Raccoon, which is maybe what we saw there, and Selly, the Bloodhound, just start trying to farm, right, or just rack up the kills. We know how many points are delivered with those kills, so it's exciting. It's really exciting. These teams now, with not a lot of time left, really look out for them to play objective based, meaning get T1 out of here, get as many kills as possible, and maybe even more aggression. So hold on tight.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. And you do bring up a really good point, especially if you're one of the teams that's trailing. I think it's too risky to just try and force it. If you're like one of those top 5, top 6 teams right now, I don't think you want to go out of your way to force it, because there are still a lot of really good teams that are competing here. And if you run into them early on, you might end up being sour about life. But when you see, as you pointed out, you see on that kill feed, it's like, oh, T1's gone. Okay, well, time to go maximum overdrive on whatever it was you were going to do, because nobody else that you're going to fight in this game, no one else that's going to be in these lobbies are going to be as good as fighting as T1. You could make a lot of arguments about the placement, maybe some of the rotations, but at the same time, I also think there's got to be a degree of just a little bit of disrespect from T1 side, because they're so good. They don't necessarily have to play this the most slow possible way either. And I think that might be some of their missteps kind of come from them acknowledging their own strength and being like, well, we don't have to play super safe against these guys. And of course, we've seen that they've died a few times early on because of that. I think 12th was it for their placement in the last map. As we go loading in here, we're dropping in, following Crazy Raccoon as they are headed back into World's Edge. And a big shout out to everybody, of course, hanging out with us, tuning in. I know it's up early. We're as American commentators, but I know lots of Europeans in the chat hanging out and talking, and of course, big fans of the APAC players. We've had a lot of love for Crazy Raccoons and T1, and I don't think that's very surprising, Axel Toss, because they're both pretty good teams.
Look at Selly going straight for detecting that next circle. Pretty cool to see. But yeah, man, it's awesome to be here early in the morning in the United States. Obviously, it's prime time for these guys playing in Korea, Japan, obviously Asia Pacific North region. And again, a reminder to anyone just now tuning in, we have Apex Legends on this stream pretty much all month. April 10th, April 11th, 14th, 15th, 30th, 1st, and 2nd. You got APAC North, Middle East Africa, South America, Europe, North America, APAC South. That's all the action happening on this stream over the next month. Today we have Middle East Africa coming up after this, and then South America following. So lots of Apex Legends to tune into. So shout out to you guys in the stream. This is a lot of fun covering this region. I talked about it earlier. Debatably one of the strongest regions. We very well might be looking at some of the best teams in the world, right? So really exciting stuff.
And
T1
T1 for sure.
Yeah.
They've been crazy competitive on the global circuit. I mean, the last big Apex thing I got to do was when we did the preseason invitational in Poland, and they were one of the teams people were talking about. I don't know 100%. I mean, some roster stuff has obviously happened. It's been a long time since then. Unfortunately, we didn't get to do quite as much as we would have wanted to in 2020, but that's why we have the online series, right? That's why we have the GLL Masters Spring and all that, and ALGS and everything shifted. So the kind of breadth of the competition has changed. It's been a bit more regional. You're dealing with online servers and whatnot. So you don't get to see that same degree of everybody going at it constantly on the LAN events, which is what we hope for. That's what we dream for. And between you and me and everybody else watching online right now, I can't wait for the first time that we get to have another big LAN event for Apex, because those are awesome, especially with some of the tournament setups that they've had. When you get when you get all 20 teams just sitting together in one big arena. That's kind of a breathtaking experience to have. And these guys have been grinding and putting in the work from those early days. And Apex has only gotten better. It's only gotten better. To say the only thing that I probably miss in the game right now, Axel Toss, is of course my overpowered caustic and my double tap scout that does 20 was it like 30 damage headshots at the start of the game. Those were good times. Those were good times. Didn't really have to aim, didn't really have to have a brain back then, but things have changed and probably for the better. Unsurprisingly, we're once again looking at CG fighting versus GW. I know you're asking yourselves why, but only so many teams fight early on. These two teams fight early on every single freaking game. Now all we need is Fennel 1 to show up and kill both of them.
Also, we saw some caustic yesterday. I don't know if we've seen any today, but Nathanius, we will keep an eye out for Mr. Caustic. Looks like GW. They're like, you know what? We're out of here. We don't really feel like fighting right now.
We don't need to stay.
We're gonna
here
rotate
for 20 minutes again. Oh, I can't tell you how I feel like it's like the tension's releasing in my shoulders. I was waiting for them to be fighting in the circle. 5 minutes in, everybody else is already in the first ring, like second ring is counting down, but then HG and GW and CG all killing each other. So let's go look at something else. We got Jupiter Vega over here throwing out the arc stars. Of course, you're gonna be able to blow open that door. That's gonna remove cover for the enemy team. And in the case of crypto, at least, I don't know that you're gonna try to send your drone through that door, but obviously you've opened up another avenue for that or for follow-up grenades. But they're just kind of holing out in here, waiting to see, biding their time, looking for opportunity. Team Jupiter's been strong. I think they picked up one of the dubs that we had yesterday, but they haven't been quite as consistent as some of these other teams. As we look at T1 going up to hit FUG on the rooftop.
This is funny too, because this is a common place for fights. We saw a fight unfold here at this building last game. You were just alluding to it. Again, teams are picking up on where the other teams are. So T1 could be like, okay, there's gonna be two teams over there. Let's go push it, and that's exactly what they're doing. However, they're not third partying this time. They're just going straight after it, since we just saw that other team scurry off in the other direction. But the engagement's going to happen on the roof. You got to think T1's going to come out on top here already. FUG, dire in the health department. 2 men potentially down. Only the Gibraltar is up. T1 looking to be in business.
Don't worry, my brother.
Well, I mean, we say that, and then things start to get interesting on the side of Team FUG as we've got the reses coming up over here. They're able to take that in the way that I believe that they kind of needed to.
I thought there was at least one more up for sure, but no. What we just saw there was FUG taking out T1, and that was T1 pushing on to FUG. And someone in the chat literally just said it like some sage or something, able to predict these things, saying a couple bad matches in T1 or a few bad matches in T1, suddenly they might not be at the top anymore. So what a crazy event to unfold. T1 initiating the fight and then melting away.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning that, at least in the case of T1, they are only concerned about a few teams. Most of these teams can't catch up to them, and I think like their worst case scenario should be top 3, which it's really not a normal worst case scenario. Obviously, their best case scenario is that they're able to maintain some semblance of consistency, but this is what we were talking about all day yesterday, was that T1 had not only been able to get lots of kills in the games they did well, but they died early a lot. Like they're not number 1 because of their placements. That is not the reason. They have 2 firsts, but that's still not the reason why they're this high up. They've gotten ludicrous damage across the board up to that point, but getting shut down again, that's just painful.
That was crazy. T1 was so close to winning that fight too. 2 members of that one man was down, and the other had like a speck of health left, but the Gibraltar coming in clutch. I'm still reeling from that. Crazy. 19 squads left in this match, and T1 is not one of them. So what an opportunity here for Crazy Raccoon, Reignite, Jupiter Vega, some of our top teams to bring this back.
Yeah, biggest thing to keep in mind, that's that door being opened once again. Is getting a bit more into the scraps, into that action, and I have to wonder as well, the teams that are going to be coming in on the outside, are these guys going to be prepared for those possible third parties? As we know, that some of these teams that have been having to go really far, the big fights happen when they do finally make it to those circles.
Yeah, the Storm applying a lot of pressure here. Look at all the Arc Stars. Got to be careful there and actually put a bubble around the Arc Stars. Not a good place to be. Fennel might be in a considerable amount of trouble here. Looks like some other teams coming in here try to take the fight. Looks like it's Team Serpent. And again, these guys are still fighting in the Storm, so you gotta think some other teams are lurking in the distance here in this fight, ready to pounce. Momon, though, he's gonna be the kill leader. Only 3 kills. Not a huge amount for kill leader, but again, 18 squads left, so Fennel barely staying in there, and it looks like they might survive this.
Yeah, they've had a couple of good scraps, you know. Watching Fennel play has been very interesting. They're kind of a hot and cold. Like they'll just have these fights where they roll up and just take anybody down, but then they don't have the ability to carry the momentum like a T1 has been able to, or Crazy Raccoons. And I think that's kind of been one of the defining factors for them. And they're also, as I was talking about, they're one of the teams that's going to have to do a little bit of running, and they might run into HE. They're not too far away from them. We've got GW coming in outside the ring in the southeast, and NPG not too far away, or excuse me, CG in the northeast, not too far away. They're not going to have too many people to run into. They will see Crazy Raccoons as they approach Epicenter, but we have quite a few teams kind of packed into that top next circle. Of course, that's revealed by the hack or by the cheats of us being observers. We can see this in our magical superpower vision. And that's CVA in there alongside with GTS. Jupiter, Vega, and Orthrus Fang are hanging out very close to each other. I think that's a similar setup, right? With those 4 buildings that we were looking at in the first round. Kind of have a bit of a standoff. There's not really any reason for them to try to engage each other because it's like sharks. You know, these guys might all want to fight, but as soon as one of them gets cut and starts to bleed, everyone else is going to go into a feeding frenzy. So you do not want to be the first team to have your shields peeled off or to get somebody knocked down, because then all of a sudden everybody else is going to be looking at you to get that thirst and take down the rest of your weak teammates who are alone. Never a good time. And we go back to FUG. Coming up, I like this. The pre-throw the grenades up the elevator, trying to make sure that no one's going to be waiting for him on his way up there. There's the scan from the Bloodhound, knows where they are. Coming up with that Mastiff, not able to hit the shot, though, as the shields get peeled, and he's heading downstairs to try and find a moment to recover.
Yeah, tricky situation here. Looks like Flora is going to be the team pushing in. Shun-Mi, last man up, trying to hold his own with the EVA 8. A decent shield upgrade time, but he's going to get knocked out. Flora is going to be down. FUG able to hold their own in that fight. Just barely. Look at how low this Horizon player is by the skin of your teeth, and that's just how it happens in these hugely competitive fights amongst these elite teams. You're going to have some really close fights. We see T1 Serpent, Flora out. We want to keep an eye out for Crazy Raccoon. Obviously, they had a huge match last game, so we'll see how they're doing. Reignite, looking out for them, and Jupiter, Vega. Those are kind of the 3 teams that are really close to the top right now that we're watching out for. This is, again, a huge opportunity. Now that T1 is out of this lobby, which teams are going to step up and get those kills? Because you need them right now with, you know, not too many matches to go from here.
It's definitely a motivating boost to know that you're not going to have to run into T1 as HE and FUG getting into the fight in this building. HE's been a super aggressive team to follow this weekend. They haven't really had that success, and I dare to say they haven't really had much success at all. They're one of the bottom teams, but they've kind of just been YOLOing into every fight they can get, and we finally get to see it pay off right before our very eyes as they take down FUG. They're going to finally get themselves a few more points, and at some level, you're also playing for your pride, even if you are one of the bottom rung teams here. You don't want to finish 20th. You don't want to finish 19th. You know, even if it's like, okay, well, if the best case scenario for us is 12th, I'd rather have that than 20, you know? So seeing them come up, kind of bring that aggressive tenacity, that's I think what the spirit of competition is all about. It's not giving up. It's not taking an L on the chin like that when you know that you've still got a little more fight to give. Selly, if you know Selly, you love Selly. Selly doesn't miss, and that little shield thing there is nice, but I have bad news for you. There's 82 more shots on that longbow, so you're dead. And Eden gets picked off, was a bit outside the ring. Unfortunately, Selly's aim is something that does not have consistency issues.
No, and beautiful positioning, I think. Beautiful positioning here for Crazy Raccoon. They're edge guarding. They're on the edge of the circle. They're watching teams coming in from the storm. And they found this nice high ground in Epicenter, taking another fight here. These are huge fights for Crazy Raccoon. They need to come out on top. Let's see if they can manage this properly. That's GW coming in here. Selly's still alive. Ross is still alive. Looks like Crazy Raccoon going to be just fine. Look out for a third party. Always got to be aware of that third party. It looks like that is what's happening here. And that's FL, that's Fennel coming in. CG also in the area. And just like that, Crazy Raccoon, they're in trouble, if not wiped.
Definitely,
They're out.
definitely
Wow.
not good. Yeah, that's. I mean, we were just talking about it. It's with T1 out. It's a huge opportunity
Oh
for
my
them to catch up.
gosh.
It's a huge opportunity for them to catch up with T1 out. But then you see the red mist. You press that W key, and then you take your hand off of it. But Axel Toss, the W key doesn't go back up. It just stays down. And you keep running forward, and the next thing you know, you're dead. And
Wow.
that's a tough break. But Crazy Raccoon they're still in a good position. Because T1 was eliminated so much earlier than them, like they can't really worry about their lead being the gap increasing. But at the same time, I think this is where maybe everybody makes another cup of tea and gets ready for that next round.
Yeah, it's just another opening for these other teams. It just makes our lobby closer and closer, which we love on a finals day. So now we're looking at, I'm sorry I keep going back to this, but we got to stay aware of these numbers and what teams are really in contention here, as we only have, 5 rounds or so after this one. It's going to be Reignite, Jupiter Vega. Those are kind of the two teams that I believe are both still in the lobby. We can see Jupiter Vega, the top side of our screen. We see Reignite over there in the top right, thanks to this wonderful observing. But again, this circle location is really interesting, Nathanius. I don't think we've seen a final circle in this area yet in all of our rounds throughout these matches. But going into this tunnel system is gonna create some really gnarly fights at the end here. First of all these teams that we just saw in those buildings, we're going to see if the circle goes in that direction. If it doesn't, they're all going to have to bail. And if this ends up in these narrow channels, this might be a pretty hilarious ending to the round.
Yeah, I think we had the circle's a little bit similar to the game that T1 was able to win out, but they're not here anymore, right? So you've kind of got a bit of a different situation going on with regards to anybody getting stuck inside. We take PS Black hanging around the south side entrance of that tunnel, kind of sliding down, and we can see Cabbageist. We're taking a look at him, so getting some eyes over there. Brescian is going to get knocked down. As Abaddon trying to hold on to the spot. It's a bit awkward, right? There's so many teams around this area right now. Going under the bridge, you get some of that high up cover, but you kind of lose anything else that you can play with on the underneath. And if they can take shots at you, there's just nowhere to hide anymore. There's nowhere to go, so they get wiped easily. And that's a tough break for them. And we're gonna have to see. I'm kind of curious as to, of the teams remaining, who feels that they have the maximum chance to turn it into something that actually matters, that'll be useful. And for me, that's trying to keep my eyes on Reignite. Wherever they are, if they're still alive, I want to know what's going on. I want to know what's happening with them. I think they've got to be the closest of those who are left,
there.
right?
Yeah,
they've got to be the closest.
See, they're on the left. They're 130 meters, 120 meters. They're over there. There's fighting happening everywhere, though. Again, this is such a gnarly final circle here, as all these teams in these buildings, again, they've had to evacuate. So we're gonna start to see them moving. So you know where the circle ended up? I believe that's where Reignite is, where the smaller circle is right now.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah,
okay,
that's exactly where they are. So they're in actually a really good position. The circle worked out for them big time. So all these teams on the right, the bottom right hand side of the circle, they have to move. So this is going to get absolutely crazy. There we see Reignite kind of on the edges here, well within this inner circle. So yeah, I agree with you. What an opportunity here for Reignite. No Crazy Raccoon in this lobby. No T1. They were knocked out earlier, not getting a lot of points. So as you said, Reignite, huge opportunity to step up here. Jupiter Vega, there they are, right next to Reignite. They're not too far away from each other. These two teams, it's an opportunity here for them to really get some points on the board.
I don't think you want to give up too many of your chances if you Reignite to third party a couple of these fights, though, because as safe as their position, yeah, exactly, as safe as their position might be to hold out, I do think that they want to get some of these kills, because that's what we're talking about. It's about the gap. You can close the gap. You can't increase once those teams that are ahead of you are eliminated, like T1 and Crazy Raccoons. But in this situation, you also don't want to win like, oh yes, we'll get first place with 1 kill or something like that. You know, you don't want to get the poor man's Apex victory. You want to be able to really dominate in this round and try to get in the way of some of these teams that are killing each other. As we're watching, Lag is calping, getting a few good shots in, backed up very well by Tarwini in the tunnels. And look at the situation with Team Jupiter Vega, right? If Reignite was able to get some shots and see them, I feel like they might be a bit focused on Fennel right now. But
Yeah.
as that Gibraltar bubble goes away, they're just free pickings. And then you got SBI who've been hiding on the tops. I mean, we haven't even seen them. They've basically been chameleons cloaked into the ground.
An ultimate coming in, and they don't have the Gibraltar bubble available anymore. Jupiter Vega, they are in dire straits, and look at this, SBI just jumping on them. And this is just because of the circle, and just it happens. If you're not already in the circle in the late stages of these games, you're potentially running in on 2-3 different teams that are shooting at you from all different directions. So not a whole lot Jupiter Vega can do. Here's Reignite again, huge opportunity for them. They're going to try to pursue this team over, 1 player down. This would be a huge opportunity for Reignite to get a cleanup.
A big cleanup moment for them, coming over with that wingman, getting the R99 reload. Only has that level 1 extended mag, so you're not getting the reloads quite as fast as you want. Looking for the armor swap, does get it. So able to refresh and re-up on those shields, incredibly important. I think that's one of the coolest mechanics when you get into these big fights in Apex. Even in the middle of that fight, if one player can get thirsted down and you can grab those shields, that quick instant full shield regen just from grabbing it rather than trying to use the battery or the cells is it's just one of those difference makers that when you look at the best of the best, you're going to see them never miss those opportunities. They're always going to take what they can in the middle of the fight. Even though there's bullets flying at them, they don't miss those chances. And now we've got a strong reignite. Fennel Japan making their way towards them, but they're not too far off from GTS. Yeah, and SBI is still here. So Moment, there's the Beast of the Hunt coming down towards its end as the Gibraltar bubble pops.
Too.
And we've talked about it. There's not a lot of cover here. That EMP destroys the shield. So now push back in from the ring closing it too. He's just going to try and stick the res as they were able to pick off the enemy players, and reignite is actually kind of lending a bit of an assist, shooting out towards them too here with that high ground spot. And we are approaching the final moments of this game. Just 2 more squads remaining, so we've got 3 total. Sorry, I'm getting a little biased here talking from reignite's perspective. 2 more.
Dude, if Fennel can pull this off, it would be insane. Momon with the kill lead right now, trying to make it happen. The Bloodhound there, but reignite, this is their match to lose. That's what I believe here. Reignite, they've got to win this. They're so close in the standings to being in contention. Reignite, they have that mentality right now, I'm sure. They're looking for kills, they're looking for the win, and I dare say they're in a good position to get it.
That's a good spot. We've talked about how being pinned down here it's awkward because yes, it's some cover. Yeah, it's going to stop maybe like a Gibraltar ultimate or something like that, sure. But you have such a hard rotation situation to deal with. As we see 788, he's already peeled the shields off of Pino at least once, and Momin and Kurihara. Look at him. He's kind of adjusting around the south side. He's waiting for them to try to peek out because of that low ground so that Dizzy Miss Lizzie can hit some long shots, and Rig 788 can get some good close backstab shots because they're not going to be able to look at the top of that bridge from the underside. There's really no way to get good vision of it, and that ring is just forcing them into such an awkward spot. But GTS is keeping reignite honest. They don't have the easy opportunity to try and step out and take this fight because it's going to expose their flank.
Yeah, awkward for Fennel right now under this bridge. Reignite has the high ground here. GTS trying to stay sneaky. This is like rock, paper, scissors almost, right? How are you going to attack the weak point? It's a stalemate between 3 teams. So this is going to be really interesting to see how it unfolds. Reignite looks like they're going to push here towards GTS, and is this going to be successful? Fennel could be an opportunity for them. Looks like they're going to sandwich onto GTS here. GTS not caught in a good position at all, it looks like. Who's going to take this? It looks like it's going to be either Reignite or Fennel. Let's see how this plays out.
It's kind of getting stuck with the way that cliff was being positioned on where the circle pushed in, but Reignite was able to get the cleanup. And we talk about positions that players have been trying to hide in. We saw at least, I want to say it was at least 3 teams die from under that bridge. And it's such a trap that you're thinking, oh yeah, there's cover. I'm not as easy to see or snipe from anywhere else. but there is nothing under there. There is no terrain to use underneath where that little bridge is. It's just an open space. And is it a covered open space? Sure, but at the end of the day, it's a covered space. It's just an open space, and they didn't have any way to easily adjust out of there. And watching Reignite play this game, that was just a beautiful capitalization on an opportunity to try and close that gap. And we've still got plenty of rounds left. So for teams like Reignite, the dream is still very much alive. When you know that T1 can be the second or third team to die, they were the second or third team to die this game. If that's going to be the case for T1, there's a lot of room for these other guys to catch up over the course of the rest of today's broadcast, because we got a lot of matches to go still.
Yeah, we caught it. We caught it in the first part of this highlight here. T1 was the first team knocked out of this match, and it was an interesting moment. A very commonplace. Actually, let's look at this final engagement here. We can see GTS on the right hand side. We see Fennel on the bottom, and what happened was Fennel and Reignite ended up sandwiching onto GTS, and then it was a little fight between Reignite. Here you can see him on the high ground, completely in control the whole way. By the way, look at that, barely losing any shields. I mean, I'm like pointing at the screen. barely losing any shields. But what was really cool about that too was their movement. Like, remember, they were outside, and then they moved inside into the tunnel to get a pick, and then they came back outside to be able to navigate that fight. But yeah, at the beginning of that game, T1 knocked out, and it was that moment. Remember, you talk about it all the time, where those two teams, they just go to the same building in the beginning. It looked like T1 is kind of used to it. Like, you know what? We're going to try to engage that third party. But remember, we watched that other team just ditch. I think it was GW. They just ran off. So it wasn't a third-party situation. T1 chose to engage. They got aggressive, and they got taken out. So, Nathanius, we have a ball game today.
Indeed, we do. We'll see if T1 gets racked and quacked early on in the next round. But before then, we'll take a short break. We'll see you in just a moment for more GLL Spring Masters.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
You could have had it all, you could have had it all. All of my good stuff, all of my kisses were yours. But baby, don't call. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me Don't need you to love me. I dance on my own, I don't care if they watch me. You could've had it all, you could've had it all. You could've had it all, but you didn't come right, you didn't come right. Now you wanna go and call me. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me needs more.
Welcome back once again. We are live here with the GLL Spring Masters for Apex Legends. We are covering the APAC North region. I am Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss, and we've I mean today's games have already kind of gotten weird, right? Because T1 opened up real strong, and they're like, you know what, we're gonna die like halfway through game 2, and then they're like, you know what, we're gonna die like at the start of game 3. So it's kind of been like they've got a bit of the W key syndrome, and we're gonna take a look. These are the results from that match we just had. The first team dead. Look at that in the bottom. That's T1 right there. And they sorted it very specifically. Even though all of those two teams had 0 points total for their match, they did make sure to put T1 in last place to give them that ego check. And Reignite and Fennel both grabbing 21 points makes this well, at least for Reignite, it makes this much more doable for them to catch up in the overall standings with T1, which would be huge.
Yes, and Reignite, dude. I mean, they have been consistent yesterday and today. That win for them, absolutely huge. That brings them within 4 points of T1. As I said, we got a ball game, ladies and gents. It's time to wake up your parents. It's time to wake up your animals, your dog and your cat, get them tuned in, because again, this might be the highest level of Apex Legends. We don't really know, because these teams across these regions haven't had the opportunity to play against each other, but these teams here playing super strong. Very exciting to see this unfold. And T1, what might have seemed safe after game 1 today, not as much. So buckle up.
Now, well, we talk about it. I think at the beginning of the day, I think it was something like 21 or 23 points was the gap from first to second, and the gap is now just 4 points. So T1, for everything that we could say, I think the biggest problem with them is they have the highest highs of any of the teams here, but of the good teams that could win, they definitely have the lowest lows. There's like we're not seeing Reignite die early on. We're not seeing Crazy Raccoons die early on. We are seeing T1 W key into a fight and getting wiped with no kills, no placement points. And there's only like 3 or 4. It's like we got like 4 or 5 rounds left to go, right? We're heading into match 12 of 16. If you do that 1 or 2 more times and Reignite just, they're doing the turtle thing, slow and steady wins the race, that's okay. Because at the end of the day, if you have more points, no one cares how you got them. You're going to win. You're going to get the money. And you can just tell everybody who wants to question how you did it, hey, I won. I don't care. And that's where we are right now. So as we go into this game, we're going to get a look at Reignite as they're going to be dropping into World's Edge. But T1's got to step it up, which feels really weird to say because they just dropped a huge bomb in the first game and won it. But then they beefed it 2 games in a row after.
Yeah, it seems like last game. I mean, it's happened to all of us. It's like you make a call out. You're like, all right, let's push this team. We got this. We're feeling good. And it just didn't work. And it happens. So I think you're right. Maybe T1 will play a little bit more passive, not be as eager to go for a fight like that unless it's a third party early on. And I want to take a moment to read through some of these placements that we saw between yesterday and today. Because you were kind of alluding to it. You're talking about it just now. Consistency and Reignite has been so impressive. Yes, they are in the top 2 teams. They're close to T1. But looking at their consistency and their placement, I'm going to read out the placements here from Reignite so far in the tournament real quick. 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 1st, 5th, 5th, 6th, 2nd, and then they had an 11th, and then they just Then they just won. So let me read out T1: 7th, 8th, 7th, 5th, 6th, 17th, 1st, 7th, 1st, 13th, last. So we're seeing that volatility, I guess,
Yeah.
from T1 and whether they're winning or getting dropped. But Reignite in almost every game, dude, they're like top 5, like almost literally.
Consistency. In traditional sports, in esports, in life, when it comes to taking your dog for walks and doing the dishes, consistency will get you a long way towards your goals. And stare into the abyss of the sky in this this beautiful overhead look. And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. This is probably one of the highlights of commentating this tournament, is just getting to see
Agreed.
these dope cinematic views. And you know what?
Agreed.
I just you know, I'm almost like the observer's messing with me, because he does this beautiful pan in to this fight again that we've seen a million times, and I totally understand. It's the only fight that happens at the start, because these guys always land on each other. And we're once again looking at GW going up against CG. Now GW is not just going to try to run this time, because they've learned that if they don't fight CG, then Eden gets headshotted by Selly from about 169 meters away. So they kind of just have to fight it out here and try to have that better gear to go into the next engagement, because just running doesn't really cut it for them at this point.
Wow. We just got a shot of the bathroom. That's great. And remember, this is the spot where T1 fell in the game we just saw. So first of all, I'm wondering if T1 is lurking somewhere. Like, I'm kind of curious about that. I'm wondering about other teams that might be looking to third party this, but you know, historically, this is just the fight we've seen. Last game we saw GW kind of just run away, but now they're taking the fight, and this is where it can get really interesting. You're dealing with multiple levels. The idea here in these team fights, you want to isolate someone, get a 2v1, get a 3v1, get a quick knock, and then go the rest of the way. Let's see what happens here. One knock is going to be happening, as we see. It looks like, yeah, the Gibraltar's going to be down there. CG losing 2 men. Potato still up, but turning around, and that's a kill lead. That's a squad wipe by Potato. Lucy.
Well, and
wait a second.
That's Battle Royale, baby.
Yeah,
third party. Third
Yep.
party. HE coming in. And you know what? I actually think this is actually just some 300 IQ stuff. Well, and
wait a second.
that's Battle Royale, baby.
Yeah,
third party. Third
Yep.
party. HE coming in. And you know what? I actually think this is actually just some 300 IQ stuff from HE Arise, because they 100% have to be aware that these two teams have been landing on each other every game. So what do you tell your boys? You say, okay, guys, look, we don't have to jump into the fire. All we have to do is land next to it, loot up, and then when we show up, wait for the gunfire to end, walk in, collect points. Easy. And I'm sure that's the exact conversation they had in English and everything between themselves in prepping for that take. So good opportunistic play. The vulture finds a carcass, and we'll feast today.
Yeah, and that's we just talked about it. Just deciding to do those third parties is just critical, and it doesn't always work out, but we see it very effective there. It's all about that timing. You got to hit at just the perfect timing for those third parties to work out. And this, speaking of third parties, my gosh, I feel bad for, what is that, CVA, literally caught in between 2 or 3 teams. That's FUG on one side, you got Orthros Fang on the other side. Not ideal. We've all been in that position before. And that's going to be another team, I believe, that is out of this match. But all our heavy hitters still up. T1 relatively quiet in the early stages of this game, just looting up. Remember, they were knocked out first in the last game. Reignite still up, and of course Jupiter Vega. Those are really the 3, and of course Crazy Raccoon. Those would be the 4 teams that we're really looking out for in this moment. Again, quick reminder: T1 and Reignite very close to each other at the top of our standings.
Yep, and going back to what you were just saying with T1, I think you got to try to take that slow approach. It looks like they are moving more slowly, as we've got basically everybody converging at the moment. SBI kind of stuck on the inside, but not too far away from Jupiter Vega, as they're getting shot from the outside by Lag. But then Fennel Korea is actually still not too far away on the other side of where SBI is, while GTS is approaching. So I guess what I'm really trying to say is we're about to have a bloodbath over here, as there's just way too much going on. We get a look over at Dogma on the high ground, looking down the ramp, trying to see where the enemy is going to be approaching from a solid defensive position from that angle. But the biggest thing about this area is that there are a lot of doors that go into all of the different places. As a scumbag caustic player, I can tell you I've tried to block all the doors here at every access point. It really doesn't work quite that easily. You've got a lot of different gaps that you need to cover, and we know that there's a ton of teams here. So this is where things just get awkward. You've got Final Korea upstairs, GTS is downstairs, and on the outside, what did we have? Lag, as well as Team Jupiter was out there. There's like at least 5 or 6 teams just all huddled around, and the geometry and the layout of the map, of course, gives them the space to do this, but it does make stepping outside terrifying.
Yeah, this is like bunker to the power of 4 or something. You know, bunker great for caustic. You got 2 paths, you know, relatively easy to manage. This superstructure in the harvester area here there's just so many places that you can be as a team. There's high ground, there's low ground, there's nooks, there's crannies. So I would not be surprised to see a massive fight happen, and then a lot of third parties just back, you know, third party, fourth party. That is definitely a place that can happen. Here we see a team trying to come in here, Orthos Fang defending from the high ground, the horizon, using that Q to get the rest of the team up to threaten the high ground. Orthos Fang looks like they're keeping their shields up, but they've got a little bit of pressure to get into the circle. The team's going to be edge guarding there. Let's see who comes out on top. Looks like Orthos Fang should be doing just fine.
With that Eva. Tenorin with that Eva 8. I think he had a purple. He's got the purple hop up on that, so he can get those shells out very quickly with that shotgun. And Eva 8 just becomes so nasty, so nasty with that level 3 bolt. Just being able to spam those shots out as quickly with that semi-automatic shotgun that's a dream. That's a dream come true for a Gibraltar when you can get up close to someone like that. Big chonky boy, you can take a couple of hits, but boy oh boy was he dealing them out at the same time. So Earthwest Fan gonna run about into that circle just a little bit to grab the gear and the loot from the teams that they've killed. I've got my eyes on T1, the first team that it looks like they'll run into. Unless Flora goes around the west side of that canyon, it should be Reignite. They're the closest to them. They're the nearest ones. Flora is somewhat close, but they're on the other side of the mountain. So they're hanging out by staging. And then, as you said, everybody's just at Harvester. It's a dumpster fire over there.
Yeah, I can't wait for that fighting to unfold. We'll have to see. I'm pretty sure those teams have to move away from that spot to get to the next circle, of course. So that's going to get interesting real quick. It's a good point about T1. They've been very quiet, kind of just looting, sharking around, scouting, kind of listening for fights. And it's a good point about Reignite too. They're kind of in the middle of the furthest circle that we can see, and that's not necessarily the best spot, because what's going to happen is T1 might come in, and then they might have teams come in from the other side. So Reignite, I think they're going to have to do some maneuvering, unless they just play hide and seek and not do much. If they want to take a fight, they've got to be careful with that. But anyway, we're seeing Orthos Fang right now caught in the storm, and we see the edge guard here from HE. So let's see if Orthos Fang can get themselves out of this potentially precarious position, we'll call it.
Yeah, well, all I see is that opportunistic HE team just kind of waiting for them. As Fennel's going to be able to take out USG, it looks like, as we follow Crazy Raccoons. We've got Sally with lots of fans. Yeah. Lots of fans in the chat scene. I think I've seen more Sally love than almost for any player.
I'm a Sally fan today. As a Bloodhound main. Sorry to say.
So it's our job to curse Sally as much as we can by talking him up and how amazing he is. As they're kind of holding this choke point through the outside of where that harvester area is, trying to get around, and limiting rotation paths, always a good move in Apex. I mean, when it comes to Battle Royale, it really is all about the way that you try to get from point A to point B. You can't just run through open areas. People are always lurking. People are always hunting. You have to know which paths on the terrain you're going to be able to scoot through to make it where you want to be. And of course, taking into account the compositions that these guys have. So we've got Karma trying to land a couple of shots, had the down onto Norin, gets in fight as well. So just one more player left, and they are able to bag and tag him. So as that beast of the hunt comes to the end, once again, HE Arise, they've been playing very opportunistically. They've been a little gatekeeping, looking for some of those early, you know what I mean, a little vulture play at the start of the game that we saw them pull on the GWCG fight that happens every round. And Here's Jupiter Vega. They've got to deal with people hiding under the staircases, trying to really use the terrain to the maximum possible breadth that it can be taken.
Yeah, this is what we talked about. Mayhem unfolding in the harvester area here. Again, all these teams so close to each other, but all kind of hidden. So it's like inevitable for the engagement to happen, and that's what just unfolded there. So seeing the remnants, Tarwin making some hand signals there, but I don't know where his teammates are. So
I just always appreciate when somebody tries to play the strategy to really give the validation to all the memers in the chat. You know, okay, yeah, I'm just chilling, guys. My team's dead. If my best chance of getting the banners is to just wait as long as possible and then run in and grab them at the last second and try to pull some sort of a Hail Mary 70-yard pass. I don't know, John Elway on the one sort of deal. Whether or not that's going to happen, well, press X for doubt, but that's the cool thing about Battle Royale. Anything's possible. That maybe not so much, but we can dream.
Still a lot of teams. Dude, look at this. Still so many teams in this area. It's going to unfold real quick. Again, meanwhile, we
still
see
gatekeeping T1, by the way.
Yep.
That fight still looks poised to happen. It's destined to happen.
Also, Crazy Raccoon coming in from the south. So none of our power hitting teams are in this this area where we're about to expect a pretty big fight to unfold. But I'll tell you what, the whole map's going to hear it. So right now we're in the calm before the storm.
Yeah, and it's just gonna get worse and worse going on with the fighting. It is kind of weird, right? Because as you were saying, the strongest teams are on the outside. Everyone's trying to play this a little bit safer. I think T1 is the biggest one. They've been playing this incredibly slowly, as they should, because it's the only way they can lose is to just get into early fights and get nothing. It's better to take the trades leader and at least get the placement points, even if they're not making as many as everybody else. With the lead that they had, they could have maintained it, right? You know, you could have just have you can hemorrhage out a little bit of it, but you don't need to give it all up like they did in that last game by finishing last place. So I'm really interested to see what happens, because we've got Serpent actually coming in from the southwest, but Flora has eyes. So Flora has eyes on Serpent, but Serpent wants to gank T1 while T1's running into Reignite, and that's a tough enough fight between the two of those teams as it is. But with anybody else, even if it isn't a team that's as good as yours coming up, that's always going to get tricky. And there you go. So Karampe gets eyes on Hatina, but so does Flora. I think Shunma was shooting down there, or Maney was shooting down towards LFT. So they've got eyes on both sides of him now, and suddenly what turned from we're gonna get you from the back becomes we're stuck.
And now Reignite, they might be interested in what's going on over here. So we'll see. We might see Reignite slowly make their way towards T1. There we see Dizzy Ms. Lizzy on the left taking shots. Also Obley, we're about to get behind him there. Look, he's got the triple take. So he's got some nice sights towards Serpent up to the right. This is really tense situation here. A lot of jockeying for these teams. It's like, which way do you really commit to? T1 just trying to play it slow, trying to play it safe, looking for a sandwich. And now the action is starting to unfold here in this one area where all these teams have just been so close to each other, but the fight looks like it's happening in the open field. So we'll have to see how many teams end up jumping in on this. Jupiter Vega, one of our teams in contention. It's important for them to get some points in these games, but it looks like they're in dire straits. Jupiter Vega, they're out, and that's Venal Korea able to clean that up. But now the question is, what third parties are going to happen in this open field? I think it's almost inevitable.
Yeah, it's so Fennel Korea, they've actually been one of the higher performing teams in the semis leading into this. They've been a solid contender in ALGS, but they haven't really had that same level of success or momentum at all in this tournament once they've reached the finals at least. So getting rid of their dealing with the black hole from the horizon, but they haven't really been able to shut their stuff. However, we still see glimmers of that talent. We still see glimmers of that ability when they get into those fights where they're not being third-partied, or sometimes when they are. They're just really good at actually taking the straight up engagement. It's gotten a little bit trickier outside of that. So Parka running up with the R301's got 300 in reserve. Peacekeeper on the back as well. But that artillery coming in at just the right time to push back. Not dealing a lot of damage, but I think the biggest thing about it is it has that little disorienting effect that's going to slow you. You don't really get to keep the mobility that you're looking for. So for T1, they're just playing it safe. They're playing for picks. There's still 11 other squads left for them to deal with. There's absolutely no reason to force it. They have to look for the best opportunity and be decisive in the moment that they choose to take it.
Every team here, as we we don't have too many matches to go after this one, so every team really playing for placements, or it's kind of slowed down. Everyone's playing a lot safer, really making sure they take a favorable engagement. But it messes with that in Apex Legends, and it's the circle. All these teams eventually have to move, so this is what you have to manage, and this is what separates the elite teams from the non-elite teams. How do you manage these positions where there's so many teams around, and it's just such a slim margin of error? If you take the wrong fight, you might be doomed. So really important decision making from all these teams in this moment.
Yeah, getting this set up there looks like for some EMP action. Of course, with Harvester still in play, there's just so much room to kind of hide around and use for blocking or just turtling in general. You've got HE on top of GTS, so as soon as one of them tries to move, the other should have a decent sight on them. But LAG, you've got Lag and Fender coming down. The rest of the way, there's just like 4 teams packed in really closely, and Fennel Korea actually getting in on the piece of the action as well. Jungi and Dogma are both pushing this at the same time, while Flora had to pop their bubble out in the open. They're trying to make their way back up towards that cliff, away more towards the center. But now you got to run through a Gibraltar ultimate on the way out.
Good luck. Go for it, Nathanius. This is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's too much to follow. Trying to do my best play-by-play here. Watch the seven different teams fight each other at the same time. We'll just try to cover as best as we can. We got Crazy Raccoons, Ross coming down to the bottom. Unfortunately, going to get immediately knocked. Just Sally alive, the only one here for Crazy Raccoons. 20 seconds left on Beast of the Hunt. Gets a good slide with the R301, able to get one more pick before being taken down. Crazy Raccoons is out, so T1 with 6 more squads left to go. I think this is the part where they maybe start to press those W keys a little bit harder, try to get those kills.
Yeah, and I think that mayhem might be unfolding. Flora taking out Serpent. We can see in our kill feed there. Fennel Korea also doing well. T1, we can see them though, just positioning themselves deep in this circle. And they're just going to wait for the outcome of this fight over here. Fennel Korea, it looks like they're going to be the ones coming out on top. After that, just, I don't even know the term. Just 5 different teams in one area. Just crazy.
I guess at that point it just starts turning to a cage match, right? You don't really have enough room left in the map for it to be for the words battle royale to feel as applicable anymore. Everybody just gets forced into the arena. We've got FA OIO holding up top with that bubble, but they don't really have a whole lot of room to work with because the inside of this house has Team Reignite, one of the top contenders. And T1 is actually shooting them from the upside on the outside of where that train exit leaves the mountain. So they've got cover from the train rails. They've got that little building they can work with if they need to, of course. But high ground. I'm never you never want to give that one up, okay? Especially to Obi-Wan.
Also, they're deep in the circle, and everywhere else in the circle is relatively open space. So if they don't have to move, they can take advantage of cover and wait for other teams to come to them across this open space. This is Obley with the triple take. I wonder how many kills he has. I mean, it's got to be up there. This is the moment, though. This is the moment where you get those kills. All these teams have to run in your direction. But look at this. The thermite grenade going down. Complete mayhem. Fennel Korea, they did well in the fight earlier. Can they survive in this moment? 5 kills for Minsong. He's been having a great game. Fennel Korea showing up in a huge way. Looks like they're going to survive this for now.
Yeah, he's got a good downrange shot with the R301. I think that tier 5 shield for Obley paying off with some big dividends because he's gotten a tremendous amount of damage, and even if he hasn't been able to secure all the kills that he wants, he's going to try to lead those shots up off the horizon. Jump, and I'm not sure that he was able to get the knock. Dizzy Lizzy from Reignite did on Younghee during that, though, and Dogma as well getting taken out by T1 Obley. So it's just kind of trades all over the place, and Dizzy Miss Lizzy running into the thick of it with that Peacekeeper. Going to queue out, needs to reload as well, but just doing their best to make as much of this opportunity as they can.
Yeah, it's just Reignite and T1 here. Reignite just finishing the fight. T1 get to jump in there. T1 maybe a little bit too late in trying to fight this, but able to get one down. This is a huge fight. Potentially a fight between, our top 2 teams in the standings. It looks like T1 getting low on health. Oddly, the last one down. No, Karen Pay going down now. Obley's going to be the last one down. And let's see if Reignite can take this. No. Yes. Yeah. Reignite can.
On the back end. That last moment, Obley got the second knock, but it wasn't enough. And you see that EVA 8 coming out again at the final clip that it was showing. Just really good control of a hectic situation. Everything was like really slowed down by Harvester, and then we get to this point where everybody kind of has to come out, and you've just got this high ground grassy plain, and it just turns into a bloodbath. And unsurprisingly, T1 and Reignite are both there. But this kind of comes back to what we were talking about earlier. You know, it's great that you can make those plays happen, but when they have to come this late, you don't really get the security blanket that it would typically give you. As we look over some of the highlights of this game, watching HE Arise do a great job of mostly just showing up at the best opportunities, and that great pushback from T1 off of the flank by Serpent and whatnot from earlier. It just gets so messy because all those teams tried to break out a Harvester at the same time. I think we had like 3 or 4 of the squads get wiped right there, and then yeah, just boiled down to T1 versus Reignite. I think Reignite had a slightly better position there off the reloads, and the kind of dancing around there. Dizzy Miss Lizzie, I think, doing a really good job of staying alive there, also created a couple of these opportunities for them to just bag what is going to be a huge win. If Reignite keeps up this pace, they can definitely win this. First place is not out of reach for them. They're only down 4 points heading into this round, and they managed. Yeah, I was gonna say almost got Sano there. Not even able to get that knock at the end. My bad. And just a beautifully executed final engagement, because at some point you can have strategy, you can have preparation, you can do all sorts of things. You can play as many scrims as you want. But when there's 15 people in a 50-meter sized field and you all have to shoot each other, it's kind of impossible to be certain of what's going to happen. But what is certain is we'll be back with our next match in a few minutes time, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the GLL Spring Masters.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. 'Cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sit. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. Bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
Welcome back once again to the GLL Spring Masters here, doing APAC North Grand Finals for Apex Legends. And you don't need to be able to hit a 360 no scope from across the map to hang out with us. I'm Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss, as we bring you guys through the remainder of the matches. We're getting there, Axel Toss. We're almost at I think we're at the halfway point for today. We've only got like 4 more matches left to find out who is going to win APAC North. And you might have been saying to yourself at the end of yesterday's show, oh, T1 has it in the bag, but somebody's got 3 dubs now, Axel Toss.
Yeah, and that's Reignite. Last game, that last match was so interesting. With just 4 matches left, it's really getting strategical, you know? We kind of talked about it during the last match, looking for placement, and kind of playing a little bit more passive or just playing safer. It's kind of a theme that we were kind of alluding to, especially based on T1 getting knocked out in last place in the previous match. So we saw a much slower developing game. We saw most of our contenders kind of play a little bit slower, playing it safe, try to make it to the end. And at the end of it, wow, I'm really surprised by this. And this is crazy, because remember, we were seeing and I was thinking about it, we were seeing how many teams were in that concentrated area. Fennel Korea came out on top of that just crazy amount of people in just one area. 14 kills to give them 21 points.
Insane.
That's gonna bring them closer. But the big story here, of course, is Reignite North. They ended up getting a ton of points there, 19, and T1 just 10 points. I'm really surprised by that. Only 1 kill. And that, again, that might be because of what we saw in the previous game. T1 getting knocked out earlier. That game, they didn't prioritize kills as much. They only got 1 kill, but they still got the decent placement. So here's our overall standings. 136 for Reignite. T1 at 131. We have 2 teams more or less above the rest, but still, it's close at the top, and anything can happen. I love it.
Yeah, that's been it's just been so cool following that. And like, you know, when I was doing my prep, when we were looking at this, looking at what teams are good, a lot of people are talking about Fennel Korea, a lot of people are talking about T1, and we're gonna start this one looking at Fennel Korea. And just to clarify, the score thing did show that they accrued more points because of their kills from that game, but the winner of that match, the first place placement wise, was Reignite, and they've just been dominating. So the first team to get 3. T1 was the first team to get 2. But it's cool that we've got a 3-win team now. As we take a look at these guys, they've been landing East Fragment for most of their games, and we get a look at the map. Parka, unsurprisingly, by himself to Trials. The rest of T1 at Live Fissure, they have done this every single game that we have seen. Most of the teams don't shake it up that much. In competitive, you don't really feel like you have a need to do that. You want to land where you're most confident, where you're most comfortable, where you know your rotations. And if you have your rotations all planned out, depending on worst case scenarios, then you can land at the same spot and just play ball and do everything that you can. And I think that this circle, pretty favorable for T1 as well. And I'm going to keep talking about them because they're just such an enigma. They're the best team that should be it, but yet don't deserve to be in first place. Losing that spot off of, I mean, frankly speaking, reckless decision making.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, T1 and Reignite, those are the 2 teams at the top. Keep that in mind, folks. Again, just 4 matches to go. So we're getting to the nitty gritty here, we're getting to the very end. And there's still some teams in contention. Big swings can happen. As we saw, again, as you just mentioned, T1 knocked out first in one of the matches here. It can happen again. It can happen to T1. It can happen to Reignite. So all of these teams, well, not all of them, but there's a group of teams near the top that we've been mentioning that are definitely looking at the prize right now. And honestly, Fennel Korea,
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Fennel Korea was, Fennel Korea, they're pretty far behind, but games like that where you get 14 kills, we saw that yesterday, where teams are able to just get an insane amount of kills. It's possible to get a lot of points. It really is. So I'm looking out for teams to really pop off. And just like Fennel Korea did last game, I want to give a lot of credit to them. That situation they were in with all those teams around them, how they were able to get that many kills is pretty crazy. So yeah, that's what I'm looking out for, man.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting sort of game. And the most interesting thing to me when you talk about Fennel Korea was at the very least, I watch mostly like the NA European stuff, time zone wise. It just works out. I don't normally get up at 3 a.m. to do my Apex memes, but in my study, when I was looking at the results, Fennel Korea were one of the strongest teams in the semifinals. They had 140 points. It was the second highest total going into it, and behind them, their Japanese squad, Fennel Japan, was 109, just to give a little bit of that context. And T1, they won ALGS. They're the ALGS APAC North reigning champs, but they actually had less. They actually had less points than Crazy Raccoons, who had 139 point total. But they won off of the, you know, the way that the match point system works. You have to get the actual match dub in ALGS once you reach that point. So it's not just about being able to get all those kills or having necessarily the highest score. You got to reach that point, and then the game kind of changes. But for this tournament format, it is just who has the most points at the end of 16 games. So every single point along the way has a huge amount of value to it. You don't have any sort of mechanic that says, oh yeah, you've been behind all day, but hey, you hit the threshold for match point, now you have a second chance to win without, you know, without having to be punished for your rough start, as bad as maybe you would be in a format like this, where some of these teams have less than like 40 points right now, and with only like 3 or 4 games left to go, you're really not going to have too many more chances unless you start getting like 20 bombs for like 2 or 3 games forward from here, which frankly speaking, you're asking a lot. You're asking for a lot. We got a lot of teams packed by trials. T1 turtling up. They're surrounded on all sides.
That's another theme we've seen here in these matches as they've gone along. These teams really recognizing the importance of getting into that inner circle, if you will, quickly. Because of how good all of these teams are and how so many stay alive to the very end, it gets really noisy as you get as the game goes along really quickly, where you're having to run into a lot of teams. So the more you can get into a really good position in one of these inner circles early, the better position you're going to be in. You don't want to be one of these teams that are having to running from the storm, and then you're being edge guarded by these elite teams who made it to a better position before you. So I feel like we're seeing a lot of faster movement to these central you know, prioritizing position further along as we see. Look at this, everyone be quiet.
Oh,
catching them off guard.
When you get the jump
classic
on them,
ambush
and
classic ambush.
It's really a tale as old as time. I'm sure you'll end up being able to read books about the CG versus GW era in APAC North here from GLL Spring. It's just destiny, right? They're fated. The threads of the universe bind them together. It's inseparably. There's no way, you know, irreversibly rather. There's no way for these teams to not kill each other at the start of every single round. It's just the way it was meant to be.
It's written in the stars, and this time looks like GW is going to be doing just fine. They have a long way to go though to get to where they need to be. Oh, it looks like they might have a team behind them. No. Yes? No? Oh, he's waiting.
They're being that's a next level patience. Just you're just hanging out. And hey, if you guys are hungry, we've got burritos. I think the green ones are the chicken, the red is the beef, and I think the brown ones at the bottom, I think those are the vegan options. We've got all of you covered. And of course, if you like Chipperinos potato chips, we are not sponsored by them. Do not eat their chips.
Right. Please put your orders in the chat, and we'll get that handled. Thank you very much. As we see, this is always a tricky position. You don't want to be caught on the low ground here. Fire all around with places to go. And now we're going to go back to GW. Looks like there is going to be a skirmish happening really deep in the storm. And this is all, it's like, do you fight it or do you run? And right now, it looks like Game With is wanting to take this fight. Okay, now I can't tell if they want to run or if they want to take this fight. I'd almost just get out of there, you know?
Both of these teams can't just go to Lava City and escape alive. You can't have both of them get out. It's just, that hasn't happened at any point today, and I don't expect it to happen now. Hollow says, you know what? I was at the edge. I was kind of making my way to the inside of the ring, but screw it. You know, I would like to take my opportunity to try and kill you here. And while he does get close, yeah, we see Suicune actually gets knocked, so has to kind of crawl towards him in the in the storm outside of the safe zone. And they are, you know what? I'm glad that we switched away, because honestly, I'm getting close to a nervous breakdown watching CG fight GW every game. It's starting to have an emotional toll on me. Because it keeps going either way, and it's too
You
much
can
for me to
almost tell
handle.
it's like personal, like at this point. You know,
Oh
when
yeah,
you're
they had no need to turn around and run back in to fight them, but here we are.
he's like, no, we got to take this guy out. We got to go after it, and we're seeing it kind of on our feed there, yeah, on the right. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Karma from HE is going to be running away from Fennel, Japan over there. This might be the only. He might be running solo here.
Well, this wouldn't be the first time that we've seen somebody just hanging out, trying to avoid everybody else, taking their sweet time, chilling, maxing, relaxing, all cool. As we take a look over at USG, we've got Yaovi over here on the Gibraltar. R301 EVA 8. The EVA 8, a very popular choice today. A very, very popular choice across the board. Getting some huge hits in, though. Going for a little bit of crouch action. I'm not sure that he got good eyes on where exactly that was coming from. But just holding this low ground, keeping the infrastructure around him to kind of block where that vision is. Unsold Stuff Gaming. We have not really been able to see these guys pop off too much. But they have they've been a consistent staple, making it at least into the middle sections of these games. And I think actually worth pointing out then, from what I'm seeing on this scoreboard update, I don't know how we missed this. I just apologize for being blind, but it looks like Reignite is dead in this match. So that is a big thing worth pointing out. This circle is a bit crazy. We haven't really had that Northwest finish circle yet in this game, or in this tournament. Really, I don't think we've actually had one finished up by trials where they've been pushed. So yeah, that definitely turns things on its head a little bit. And thank you, Observer, for letting me know that someone made it out of the southeast. I'm glad someone's alive. We'll see. we'll see if they make it. Jury's still out.
They might just get killed by the storm still, so don't hedge your bets yet. Look at that. Look at how fast they're trying to get out of there. But yeah, dude, Reignite getting knocked out. That's absolutely huge. That's exactly what we were talking about, dude. We have these top teams, and and look at this. T1 down a man too. Well, T1 might have had something to do with Reignite going down. But anyway, yeah, that's what's important here, man. Like, these top teams, can they extend their advantage? We're getting to the end, only 4 matches left. Can you find those placements you need, and can you find the kills you need? Reignite getting knocked out is absolutely huge. Remember, they were at the top before this match started, so what an opportunity for T1. I guess I would say that, but they're down a man, so it's not like they're going to stack up kills. So this might even be an opportunity for the field to close the gap on our top 2 teams.
Yep, opportunities abundant across the board, and especially with the T1 with the timeout on Krampe, not having one of your players for the rest of the game is one of those things that does make it more difficult to play. Just to be clear, as GW, who basically live outside of the ring, they're close to. They're trying to get the secret buff they didn't tell anybody about, where you just stop taking damage because you adapt to your environment from it. But that hasn't happened quite yet. As we get another look at Youngjin, who has been doing, I think it's been a pretty solid engager for Team FUG. It's been getting up in there, taking some good fights. A name that we've seen a decent amount of times, I'd say, over the course of this weekend. Kind of stuck in that building though a little bit.
Yeah,
it's a little bit pinched off by the circle.
Meanwhile, we have Crazy Raccoon over here. Remember, they're one of our top teams. Maybe this is the opportunity for Crazy Raccoon to make a ton of noise. Selly, Captain, and Raz coming in here, flanking on Serpent, who were taking shots at FUG on the other side. Looks like Crazy Raccoon, they're feeling confident about this. The Gibraltar bubble coming down, but I'm seeing a lot of teams in the area, so I'm a little bit nervous for all the teams in this skirmish. It looks like a ton of teams going to come in here and be a part of this fight. But for now, Captain getting it down, Captain getting another down. And let's see who comes out on top here.
Now we've got Wrecking Young on the top side with the Horizon, that R99 EVA 8 combo. I think that's a blue shotgun bolt, so can get the shells out at a pretty reasonable pace. Comes around the side, gets the first knock, dancing around the Gibraltar shield, trying to get the other horizon on the outside of it. And we switch perspectives back over to Selly on the Bloodhound, who's going to get that one knock, and then towards the other. And that's Crazy Raccoons right there in a nutshell. That's what we expect. That's what we hope to see. Captain does get knocked, but easy res from that point forward. And those fights get really crazy. The opportunity off of that, like I was saying, you got that EVA 8, you're up close and personal. It's looking rough, but then Ross is able to stay alive and open the door to create the space for the rest of the team to get those kills. And Selly, well, Selly does not miss, I think, is something that we can all agree on. So excellent job capitalizing on that opportunity.
What a fight. I was really nervous for Crazy Raccoon there. On paper, they had no business winning that fight. They had like three different teams around them effectively, but they were able to come out on top. I mean, such a good team. I think just with that fight alone, they're showing that they're in contention and that we have to look out for them. And again, what an opportunity for Crazy Raccoon here to get some kills and get some nice placements. T1 with only 2 players up in this lobby. Reignite, they're out. They were one of the first few teams knocked in this match. So I think we'll be keeping a close eye on Crazy Raccoon to see what they do from here. But for now, the zone's getting smaller and smaller. CW finally got out of the storm. Meanwhile, Obly is down from T1. Parka solo. It looks like Obly was going into that.
Yeah, they had eyes on
area.
Flora. Yeah, they had eyes on Flora on the bottom of trials. They had eyes. They were looking down that zip line path, and Obly, I think, was covering that. Parka up. And you're looking at Horizon, most likely character that's going to be able to survive and escape that. You boop yourself out, right? You run. You use a little aerodynamic control because you're super cool spacesuit, and your teammate dies. But that's because you're playing for placement, really, at this point. You're just trying to stay alive and maybe grab a couple frags on the way out. I don't know if doing it with one man is the goal, but yeah, we move in 2 minutes before round 4 ring is going to close as Ross comes over here from Crazy Raccoons, gets some good spray out with that Spitfire. I mean, you've got purple mag in stock, so lots of bullets raining down upon your enemies. And there you go, kill leader right here, making it happen. Captain from team Crazy Raccoons off that scout. I love to see that scout. He's got that gold mag, tons of ammo, fast reload, and then of course that purple bolt EVA 8. If you get up close and personal, well, they may not be able to identify you by what's left.
Really good engagements from Crazy Raccoon. It's exactly what they need to do. They were edge guarding there. They're looking for the third party, not putting themselves at risk, making sure there's no one behind them that might third party them, and just taking a good fight, hitting good shots. Just clinical play here as we switch over to Fennel Korea. Looks like a huge fight happening. Look at that kill feed. Lots of stuff unfolding as many players getting knocked in this engagement here. Fennel Korea looks like they might come out on top. Looking for the bad guys, maybe trying to track down the remnants. But this is the second game in a row we're seeing Fennel Korea all over the other teams, racking up a lot of kills and getting a nice placement. So Fennel Korea really trying to make some moves here on Sunday.
Yeah, and that's what we've been talking about. They picked up so many kills in the last game. It broke the little scoreboard thing we were trying to show, because they're like, oh yeah, the team that won didn't even get shown as first because Fennel Korea got that many points off of kills. It was 14 last game, and Youngie getting up to 3 right here as he takes down. It almost looked like on his own. He just wipes GTS, wipes the floor with them, perhaps, as USG. They're just chilling. This is their little house there. They're going to be renting out some spaces over there in the future. Stay tuned as we have Fennel Japan getting into a little bit of a scrap. T1 on the inside of that building, but Flora on top of the mountain. I mean, this just makes everything awkward. So Fennel does not really have a lot of wiggle room. Moment and Pino are stuck, and they're going to get shot from the city, actually. So unfortunately, it's not quite as simple as just chilling there. There's the Gibby. Oh man, you're trying to hide, and that's not
Say
a fun
prayers.
spot to get stuck. Oh man,
Make your peace. Make your peace in that moment. Yeah.
If you're playing ranked. If you're playing ranked, you're in that moment. You take your hands off the mouse and keyboard and you just look at the sky and you say, please, why?
It happens, and evade that storm, and that's what we're seeing right now. All these players, all these teams forced to move. Jupiter Vega still in business, looking out for Crazy Raccoon as well. 4 squads left. I'm pretty sure Crazy Raccoon is still up somewhere. Jupiter Vega taking some shots. It's Banana Star to left-hand side. Trying to run back to his teammates, though. Do not want to be too split up with not too many teams left. So his teammate's going to come over and be like, hey, what's up? What's going on? All right, we'll help you out. We'll help you out. We got it. We got you.
And we get a
That
look
is
at,
quite a spot.
Is that legal? Can I don't know. I don't know about that one, Chief. But yeah.
The question is where you go from here. It's a great spot, but I'm wondering what the next
you
step
need
will
so
be.
many points to
And
catch up. It's
By
just funny.
the way, okay, yeah, Crazy Raccoon is still there. You can see them on top of this tower trying to hold that high ground, but they have teams on both sides, so it's decision time. They got Jupiter Vega on the left, they got Flora on the right. You can see the lone member of USG there in the distance trying to go for placement, but this is Crazy Raccoon's game to lose here. They need to win this game, and they need to pick up some kills. There's no beating the bush at this point. That's what they have to do if they want to catch our 2 leaders, T1 and Reignite.
Yeah, like the EMP choice on that center position, using the horizon to try to boop up to that spot. They're not going to have to spend too much time on the zipline. Banana Star tries to get close for the engage, has to drop down, loses most of that red Evo shield. Bombardment is going to come down onto this position as well, but the terrain of it kind of blocks a smidge. I don't mind Crazy Raccoons being up here because there's not really enough high ground positions that are left for anybody to shoot down on them. USG is going to try to go up that mountain, but like, honestly, like a lot of the high ground areas on these maps in Apex will still give you that little timer that says, hey, you got to move your booty. So you don't exactly get to just try and climb up there. And the ring is a good factor as well there. So the mountain is completely cut off now. Banana Star and Dugan are just
nice
holding the
grenade.
bottom with Tatsu, and then
It's an
Flora
incredible grenade.
is next to the rock. Yeah, this is just such an awkward position. They're waiting for that opportunity to jump up there. But if Crazy Raccoons doesn't come down, I don't know. Oh, good pull there.
And they got a knock. Do you push that? I feel like you almost got to push that. Crazy Raccoon, it's decision time for them. Looks like they're going to put an ultimate in, but now is the time for Jupiter Vega to jump up to the top and take this engagement. Who's going to come out on top? Who's got the swifter fingers and the calm aim at a dire point in the game? Looks like Selly, the last man up here for
Crazy
our
Raccoons
heroes,
gets
Crazy
wiped,
Raccoon,
yeah.
but he's going to get knocked out. Jupiter Vega getting the better end of it, and now Flora going to jump in here. It's going to be a 1v1 situation. It looks like no, Flora has their whole team up, and Flora, just by waiting, they're going to be the team third partying, and they should take this one. Zipman Banana Star, the only man left.
Yeah, he's
from
got a
Jupiter
lot of
Vega.
shields, but they didn't really have time to go for a res because there's just too much pressure coming in from Flora. But
what?
gets a good knock. He's going to get the next shot on the zip line. He's trying to pre-fire towards the top of it. Unfortunately, not
No.
able to take it. He gets killed by the Gibby on the Zippy, and that is a Flora round win.
Surprising.
You know, with Crazy Raccoon popping off the way that they've been today, and with Reignite doing as well as they've been doing today, I had a pretty strong suspicion that we were gonna see Crazy Raccoon there just hold that spot down and get it done, but that was not the case. And beautifully played game there by Flora, because that seems like a real
Yeah.
easy position to throw from in that situation.
Here's that moment earlier. It looks like T1, yeah, taking out GTS, Crazy Raccoon in business. But remember, the theme of this game was Reignite getting knocked early. And then from there, it was T1 and Crazy Raccoon. T1 had they lost a man early, so they were almost out of it sooner than certainly we expected. So Crazy Raccoon making it, having a really good effort. But at the end of the day, we're still seeing that parity. It's crazy. When it's 3 teams left, you really want to be that third party. So I think that's kind of what everyone was waiting for. And we're seeing that moment here. Flora kind of waiting down below. Jupiter Vega deciding to jump onto Crazy Raccoon. And then Flora just waited for that third party to happen. I will say there's an interesting moment at the end here. If we can catch it, we'll see if it comes up on the camera. Selly, the last man up. He gets taken down right there. That moment, Banana Star, I believe he was actually shooting at the shield of his teammate. Remember when the Gibby was coming up the zip line, his teammate had his shield up in front of him, and he was like trying to shoot the Gibby, and I think he was
He was shooting his teammate's shield for a moment there, so that might have been a little bit of an unforced error that could have given Jupiter Vega a chance to win that. And I'll say that because Jupiter Vega, they're still like within striking distance of the top three, so that would have been huge for them to win. Still a pretty good result there for Jupiter Vega, picking up a top three.
Yeah, really well done there. And unfortunate, yeah, trying to get that KB coming up the zip line just did not work out. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we return, we'll break down the scores for you and move into our next round here at the GLL Spring Masters.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
You could have had it all. You could have had it all. All of my good stuff, all of my kisses were yours. But baby, don't call. I'm praying on you. A queen like me needs more from you. Hot girl summer, I'm waiting on you. Where my queen's at? And I appreciate that. Where my queen's at? I'm done waiting on you. I'm done waiting on you. Don't care if you judge me. Don't need you to love me. I dance on my own. I don't care if they watch me. You could have had it all. You could have had it all. You could have had it all, but you didn't come right. You didn't come right. Now you wanna come call me. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me needs more.
Welcome back once again to the GLL Spring Masters here. We're covering Apex Legends in the APAC North region. We're here in the grand finals I'm Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss, and we just wrapped up another one. Got crazy. I mean, Crazy Raccoons, literally crazy. Crazy Raccoons on top. They're in the God spot. They've got a great position. No one can touch them. And then, well, everything just fell apart very, very, very quickly. And Flora, with a beautiful little third-party move towards the end there on Team Jupiter Vega, and everybody else is able to get some huge points. 16 total. They are sharing that with Jupiter Vega because they got second place, but they did get more of the kills. And of course, Crazy Raccoon getting 15 points from that. Nothing to be upset about either, Axel Toss, as those overall standings are still a little bit too close for comfort, I think, amongst our top teams. Literal 1 point difference between T1 and Reignite.
Isn't it great? For our purposes, for any fans watching, this is an ideal scenario for a fan. It is as close as it can get amongst our top two teams. They both had dramatics in the most previous match, both not doing that well. T1, it's a couple games in a row where they really haven't done that well, so they're leaving the door open. And Crazy Raccoon is there. They're lurking. Jupiter Vega, we saw them make some strides last game. Fennel Korea kind of coming out of nowhere into the top 5. So we have, I'm not that good at math, what is it, 2 matches to go? Is that right? Yeah, I think so. So
well, we have 14 out of 16, 15 out of 16,
right, 3 matches to go.
16,
There
so
you go. Thank you. Too early in the morning for even simple addition. My goodness. But yeah, it's like we're not that far away. 3 matches to go. We have 1 point separating our top 2 teams. And there's still weird things that can happen where even if you're not in the top 2, especially based on what happened in the last game, you can make some strides and pull off an upset. So I'm excited to see what happens, man.
Yeah, it's been crazy. The fact that there's just a 1 point difference between Reignite and T1 is amazing to me because they tried to play really slow that last game. The circle was right on them. They didn't really have to go anywhere. But it's clear that that's not where they're comfortable. It's clear that T1 is not comfortable sitting back and doing nothing. They want to fight. They want to hold that W key. They want to go on a rampage. They want to rip everybody limb from limb in this lobby and get their dub, with hard-earned blood. But unfortunately, that has not worked. That's not been working as well as it should. Because like my expectations almost for the rest of this tournament are like, does T1 just bomb out again? And then in the second to last game, they pop off, get 20 kills, win, and we're like, oh, they're ahead by 1 point again. And then in the final round, they just bomb out. Like, I don't know. To me, it's too hard to call. I love that you had it all written down and you were going through it earlier, but they've had, of all the best teams, they've had the worst finishes, and they really need to shore it up here because time is running out, and Reignite are playing out of their minds. Those guys are absolutely popping off. They've brought it all the way back. They're only behind 1 point, and if they keep their placement points up, then I actually don't see how T1's going to be able to secure their victory because it's just been a little bit too inconsistent. As we load in, we're dropping in here as we've got Team Flora that just picked up that dub, making their landing. So teams are going to be flying out and spreading out. I guess really they all kind of try to land in the same places, right? Flora hitting up Harvester. We've got that Geyser SBI play again. Fennel's on launch site. Fennel Korea's East Fragment. And it's a bit of a longer jump with the way that the dropship went this game. But yes, don't worry, guys. They will definitely kill each other down there. I promise. It's going to happen. Neither of them are really allowed to leave. It's actually a side objective.
Yeah, and
we didn't tell them, though, that they didn't have to.
I will say we are halfway through, more than halfway through the final day here, so it's not too late to put in your predictions. This could be a moment, Nathanius, where we could have had a team just run away with it, and it might already be decided, but that's not what's happening here. There's still a lot of teams still in this, so put your predictions in the chat. Who do you have winning this region? We're going to find out in 3 matches. I'm excited. This is when everything's on the line. You're talking about T1 and their struggles. Definitely an element team. You know, they have an element where they're in that element, and then they are ridiculous and really hard to stop. So it's like, can they find that? Can they find that? We've seen that in some matches in this tournament from them. but not recently. So I feel like they need to get in a groove where they're just getting kills and then steadily get those kills and make it into that top 3 in the placement. That's what T1 is looking for. That's what they need to do if they're going to win this tournament. But of course, there's a lot of other teams that are looking to do the same thing. So it's up in the air. I love it. Put your predictions in the chat. We have some debate going on in the chat of which region is the best region. And I was kind of asking that to the air today, as far as, you know what, this could very well be our best region. I mean, it's definitely one of the stronger regions. All the regions are strong, but we always have some athletes coming out of Korea, Japan, from the North Asia region. So it's awesome to consider. Like this is some high level Apex Legends play unfolding in front of us. Not only that, it's in tournament level play. And we're in the final stages here. We're in the final matches. So I just hope everyone's as excited as I am as we count it down here.
Yeah, getting closer and closer towards the end. Only so many opportunities left. And towards our conversation earlier today, if you want to just start making YOLO moves, this is the time for the lower ranked teams in this bracket so far.
Get some broadcast time, like Fennel Korea with their insane kill streaks they've been able to put together. And look at Fennel Korea; they're in the top 5 now because they've had such a good day today.
Yeah, and the thing is, at the end of the day, money's money. If you can't make it into first, get as close as you can.
Absolutely.
I think at the end of the day, you should be wanting to walk away from this. Whether you're, it's okay to not be happy if you don't get first place, but you want to walk away at least knowing that you left it all out on the court, right? You don't want to come back in and finish up with this and be like, man, I really wish we had actually taken it seriously, kind of deal. As Fennel Korea gets jumped over here by GTS, and we've had a couple of these fights over towards this train. I guess the train tunnel entrance has been quite a few fights. Fennel was holding this in an earlier round, but now Minsung finds himself needing to get Dogma's banner and Rez Younghee if he can get that chance, but I mean, that's going to be a very difficult situation to create for himself.
Yeah, I was just complimenting and admiring.
GTS got third party during that. Yeah, he can get the res. Orphis Fang just came in and killed them. I mean, that's going to be a very difficult situation to create for himself.
Yeah, I was just complimenting and admiring.
GTS got third party during that. Yeah, he can get the res. Orphis Fang just came in and killed them. They just wiped GTS.
Oh.
Yeah, they finished GTS off.
I hope they survive. Oh no, they're getting shot a triple take from the horizon. Oh no.
Yeah, Fennel actually got they got 2 picks on that Orphis Fang finished for them. But there's like 3 other teams here. We've got Lag as well as Jupiter Vegas, so it's not I guess we don't have a happy ending just yet, but Minsung will have an opportunity to try and at least get the banners. Maybe he takes quite a few shots. Shields are gone, less than half of the hit points, but Orphis Fang all of a sudden is coming in on Jupiter Vega now. So they're trying to move through the map like a hot knife through butter. And Minsung's just like, he's in the corner. He's just like, I'm going to go get you guys banner. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And, well, I mean, Team Lag is still over there. Whether they see Minsung or not is a whole other matter, of course.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, did he get the res on Youngie?
No,
he got knocked again anyway. Reignites here.
Poor Minsung. Poor Fennel Korea, man. I was just giving so many compliments. They deserve it, but it's just a little unfortunate. They literally got caught between so many different teams. So Dire Straits, there we go. He's out of here. Sorry, Fennel Korea. One of the first teams knocked out of this game after having, and Reignite's going to be pretty happy about that. They just wandered on in there like, okay, we got a kill. That's nice. Thank you very much. Let's knock them out. But now Reignite, I think that's damage from Lag. Pretty sure that's where they were up there. So Reignite entering this area where a lot of teams are. So
nice Phoenix kit,
a lot of fights.
Nice Phoenix kit for Dizzy Miss Lizzie.
Whoa, Reignite knocked. Triple take from Jupiter Vega in the distance.
Is Orphis Fang still fighting Jupiter over here? Man, these guys take a really long time to kill each other. We got a little bit of a push coming in here. They're going to take their separate spaces. They push their way into that building. So SBI's on the outside, and we actually have FAOIO on top of the rock formation, not too far away. So lots and lots of fighting in the north center area of the map, just outside of West Fragment, where they are, I guess, north of Epicenter, where they're just trying to hold it down. That's been a pretty popular spot though when the circle's been going north, has been the entrance to those tunnels. We've seen a lot of teams fighting over them, And now it's just turned into a huge battle over the few buildings that are there. As a couple of them, as we can see from the next circle, it will continue to focus in on that spot. T1 though is going to be coming in on the southeast side of Skyhook, and this is big team to watch, of course, too, as Team Jupiter might be getting into that fight with Orthrus Fang one more time. Wraith actually blocking the door, making it a little bit complicated. Dizzy Miss Lizzie does get finished off there, so they lose their access to the portal. They lose that Void Rump, and we'll just have to see if they can keep this momentum. They've got this area held down so far. I won't lie to you. I'm excited to see when T1 starts getting into the action and how Reignite does, because those guys are so close. It is impossible to call yet which one of those two is going to get first place here, or if somebody else, I guess, comes out of left field.
Yeah, I think Crazy Raccoon still has a chance. And they've been, you can tell, the Crazy Raccoon, they've been trying to make it happen. And they were really close to winning last game and getting those kills at the end, but it didn't end up happening for them. So, yeah, this is intense stuff. And Crazy Raccoon was in the area also, not too far from T1 in that fight we were watching earlier. Now we're watching Flora. Looks like Flora's fighting up against Serpent.
Yeah, those
One
last
man
round
knocked,
champions.
Yep.
Rocking that triple take that we've been seeing. Shun Me is going to send the drone over, gets the EMP ready. So just insta going so that they can grab them on that push forward that they're taking. Has the Vault with the purple mags, so he's got a lot of rounds to throw in here. And that increased reload speed, also very nice to have. It's going to drop down on top of him. He's looking for the kill on the shielding Bloodhound. Is he going to be able to get him just yet? There is the knock. Teammate is here for the assist on top of that. And Jummy's going to go outside the ring, take the fight from here. Interesting choice as he ends up getting knocked, but he's going to grab kill leader on the way through that. But Fennel is still bringing the pain, so unfortunately there's really not any room to make anything happen there. I don't think Maney is going to be able to get the res on his teammate.
Yeah, that might be Flora knocked out here. No other way to put it, really. Yep, and there's the dramatic tumble off the zip line, and Flora knocked out of the game. An innocent third-party shot from somewhere else is going to be the credit for that at the end there. All right, again, we're looking for Crazy Raccoon, we're looking for Reignite, and T1. It's T1 and Reignite that are the two players that are at the top. We see T1 in a stalemate, it seems.
He's got that grenade lining up, trying to see, okay, where we're hitting. Ready to throw the Arc Star and hit somebody that would be coming up that ladder. They're trying to keep their eyes on this position, making sure that they don't get caught. An early death could actually just mean the end of the tournament for them. So they really need to be careful. Good shooting there with the R99 as they come up the top. That's that mobile. So they called down the mobile respawn beacon in case one of them came up. It would fall on them and crush them to death probably, or I guess just make them have the fear that it would rather. Interesting tactics being employed here, but it works. And CVA gets eliminated by T1. We really see them. You almost gain a new brain fold when you watch somebody pull something like that off.
Yep, calculated, tactical. This is one of the best teams in the world, and they're showing it. You know, in that moment, it's like it's so important for them to get kills. They had to figure out a way to navigate that and make it happen. Got some good shots off, and again, the moment you knock down one, that's just when it unfolds. It's like you knock one, then it's 3v2. And we saw them immediately push. Their shields were fine. Took care of that with relative ease. So T1 taking out a squad, doing exactly what they have to do, and they're going to be making their way towards these other teams. We see Jupiter and Orthrus Fang in once again neighboring buildings. I'm pretty sure Jupiter's been in that building for quite a while now.
Yeah, this they've hold it. It's at that point now where they know when they try to leave that the security deposit's gonna get taken, right? So they're just riding it out as long as they can stand it before they have to go. And there is the portal getting dropped by Brasidian as he's moving forward, so you can use this, try to help engage. There is the black hole pulling in though, messing with a bit of that maneuverability, but of course you've got the portal, so that was the plan. You had the backup, you had the exit strategy available at all times. Still 10 more seconds on the void run, but we know that wraiths are a little bit tough to hit sometimes, slipping and sliding around, so we'll see how well she can keep herself going as we take another look at T1. Karampe getting that shield battery up and healing before they move into another fight. 2 hostiles detected. Axel toss.
Bloodhound's going to see that, go straight to the high ground and try to get some shots off the flat line in the pocket. Only blue shields for Obley. I'm actually really surprised about that. Only 165 damage though to up that up to the next level. These guys are they're in the circle, but they're going to have to move in the next 2 minutes, so they have plenty of time. And it looks like the team they were shooting were on the run, so it might be a pursuit situation here for T1, which is definitely would be good news for them. Another shot of the team tracker. Still plenty of teams around here. All our contending teams are still up.
An awkward position though, right? Because those guys are actually still kind of caught outside the ring. And anytime that you have to make that run and you're losing that health, of course, it's going to be easier for the enemy to kill you. The Horizon ult does come to an end. Tries to get in there with the arc star, and we've got Karma just gonna send it, bro. He's just gonna send it. They're just pushing straight in. HE, they are not worried about whatever could be waiting. They want to thirst those kills. They want to get as many points as they can and move up on the board. Fennel Kuriara is the one that gets his head blown open with that shotgun on the way out.
Another bad guy, it looks like. Another enemy in there. Another team trying to be opportunistic and potentially third party this. Let's see if we can track him down. It looks like they were able to track him down. So that's Fennel, Japan. He's going to be knocked out. Parka in the area though. This is T1 again. Obley, Karampe here in the vicinity, trying to track down a team that's GTS, but Obley gets knocked. That's a pretty big deal. T1 needs to survive this. It is absolutely integral for them to survive this and pick up some kills, but that's another man down. Only Parka up the horizon, using the Q, going up to the high ground, trying to help teammates out. But that's an ultimate from an enemy Gibraltar, so she's gonna have to
really good movement though.
Parka's gonna have to stay evasive for now, and now it's decision time. Do you try to clean that up, or you just, I'm not gonna say the R word, but you just try to survive?
I mean, not only was there a normal one on that roof, they had the mobile beacon as well, but you need that area to get cleaned out. And I'm not gonna lie, the value of this real estate's gone up a pretty good amount. So USG pushing up. There's, you see that Mastiff, unfortunately not able to get it done on the Wraith, and Yavolki trying to hold it together. Parka, well,
what?
Parka blasts Brasidian there. So basically what happened was Parka recognizes, okay, I can't actually fight against this. There's too many people here. There's 2 teams. But instead of getting third partied, they leave. And then the Horizon comes back and says, okay, now I'm third partying you again because you guys killed all of each other or knocked all of each other, and now I can get it done. And we actually did just see Parka go down. So I believe that is was that Crazy Raccoons that wiped them there as well. Absolutely brutal, because Crazy Raccoons, that's a big competitor for them. And I believe Reignite is still up from what I am seeing as on that scoreboard. We haven't gotten to see too much of them, but we are definitely going to have to keep our eyes on them, along with Crazy Raccoons and Selly, who's been landing some beautiful sniper hits in today's games.
Really good cleanup there by Crazy Raccoon, but the Showman, Parka, pulling off some really nice play to come out on top, at least initially. So a ton of credit to Parka, able to live a little bit longer, even though T1. Even those teammates getting knocked. But at the end of the day, Crazy Raccoon hearing that fight, jumping in there at the right time, and deleting Parka from the map. So T1 is out. Huge opening here for Reignite. We can see them, I believe they're in the middle right-hand side there of our mini map. They have a fair amount of room to run. SBI is to their right. Crazy Raccoon, they're the other team that's really in contention. Jupiter Vega, remember, they're not too far away. They're in our top 5. They're still in that same building that we saw before. But it's interesting seeing the movement from Crazy Raccoon right now, moving through the tunnel. They seem pretty confident. Crazy Raccoon seem pretty confident right now. They're the ones kind of moving around in this map, looking for other teams. Everyone else is kind of staying still. So we'll have to see how this develops. We've still got a little bit of time, and then the Storm's going to come in, and Reignite is going to have to move. So this is going to be a really important game here for Reignite. We'll have to see how they handle this.
Yeah, this is the kind of moment now with T1 taken out where they can really, really cement themselves and kind of, cement that lead, really. Not that Crazy Raccoons is still something that they can ignore, but
Crazy Raccoon needs kills. If they're going to win,
they need to get kills outside of just placement, right? And it's been the other way for T1, where they needed placement instead of just the kills. And Reignite's been doing a really good job at playing for placement across the board.
And by the
They've
way,
got a decent
Reignite
amount
down
of kills.
2 players. I don't know if we noted that earlier, but Reignite doesn't have the potential here to get the kills going. So can Crazy Raccoon identify this? And you know, they've got to think they're the strongest team in the lobby right now, and they, you know, they know what they have to do. You got to get the kills and get a good placement. So the pressure is on Crazy Raccoon right now. Can they pull it off?
Playing from the inside of the tunnels, this has been a pretty safe spot. This has been a strong position that a lot of teams have played from today. When T1 won their match at the beginning of today's broadcast, it was actually from this position. They played a really good job covering the entrances, but also on their move outs. They were not caught. And it's quite difficult, of course, because you're not going to be able to use some of your other utility as easily. There's not much space to hide a drone. Not that there's many cryptos in this game anyway. Not much space to, well, you have a roof, so you're not going to be hitting them with that Gibby bombardment either. Get some shots from down to the low ground from GW. Eden on that 30-30 repeater. Not something that we've seen. I don't think we've seen too many players rocking that and able to get too much done with it. It is kind of a fun weapon though, as they get the shield while they're moving down, but there's a whole lot of chaos raining on top of them and not a lot of room for them to rotate to somewhere safe.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams having to move in here, including Reignite. Reignite is somewhere in the distance. Nope, they got knocked out. All right, Reignite was one of those teams that was trying to make that move in. They get deleted. Lag getting the better of SBI there. Really nice fighting. And teams dropping left and right. Crazy Raccoon still in contention. They've been in a good position for a while now. Honestly, Crazy Raccoon is probably upset that they're not a part of some more of these fights. The urgency should certainly be there. We're seeing Game With right now trying to clean up these edges. Not many teams left. This game is going to end very soon here.
We've got Hollow pushing up. R301 Wingman, so no shoddy, no sniper here to roll with at this point. Keeping that close aim-based damage. Land your shots, get it done. Did finally get some more ammo for the R301 there, as that was basically the last clip that Hollow was able to pop off there with. And Phoenix kit dropped at the same time. Yeah, I'm not sure that the time is there for that. I think they canceled that. As we've got Davin from Orthros fame pulling that Beast of the Hunt, throwing the grenades. Haven't seen too many of the enemies pop into the vision here though. It hasn't been easy to track where they're coming from. And then now it is. Oh, there is Crazy Raccoon coming out of the tunnel, throwing the black hole, trying to get everybody pulled in over towards that area, but they've been able to keep their distance. Not passing the event horizon.
LAG, I'm not sure exactly what they prefer, but they're trying to third party over on Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon now turning around, finishing the job that they left. And that's huge. Every single kill is so important for Crazy Raccoon. Catching those teams coming in from outside the storm. Selly trying to find a good position. Captain getting dropped. A little bit of a dire position here for Crazy Raccoon. They want to win this. It's LAG, aka Lag, that are the last game, the last team remaining, and they're full shields. They're looking good. They need to push right now. And that's what they're going to do. Will Crazy Raccoon be able to pull this off, or can Lag Gaming take it? It's just these two teams remaining, and Lag Gaming gets it. Crazy Raccoon, though, they're going to be okay with it. They're going to be okay with what happened at the end there. They got second. Reignite was out. T1 was out. Crazy Raccoon, the only thing that would have been better is if they were able to get some more kills. It's so important right now when you're trying to get points in these standings. And Crazy Raccoon is our team that is just outside of our top two contenders right now, which is Reignite and T1. So Crazy Raccoon almost doing exactly what they needed to do, but certainly making a good stride towards getting in that position to be in the conversation when it comes to finding a winner today.
I think that's a best case scenario, like you were saying, in a way for Crazy Raccoon, that Lag Gaming is not one of the teams that they've really had on their list of concerns. It's a great game by them, a great result for them to pick this round up, but point wise, they still had a pretty long way to go. And some of these moments though were pretty sick. The re-engage by Parka on the back end of that third party attack was just gnarly. Huge wipes there, and that kind of move is just absolutely disgusting. When you're able to come in there, you shut down both of the teams in a critical moment. And coming up, good massive play, had the teammate on the backside to cover as well. Calping moving forward with that Spitfire. We've seen a lot of that. This okay, I can't make a Spitfire joke. I'm sorry. I'm not ready to have chat rip me apart that hard. Spitfire pretty good. You see a lot of it for a reason, and it was well employed there in securing that victory for Lag Gaming. So very well done on their part. And we are going to go to a quick break while we tally the scores and see who killed each other the most. We'll be right back after this with more GLL Spring Match.
good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on.
Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants.
Yeah.
Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sit. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money.
Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle.
Yeah.
It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Haha.
Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. A bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money.
Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle.
Show me the money.
Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Yeah.
Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Haha.
Welcome back once again to the GLL Spring Masters. I'm Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss as we make our way through the APAC North Grand Finals here for Apex Legends. We've only got a couple of games left to go, and it's coming down to the wire, Axel Toss, because the tippity top teams at the tip top have not been able to really lock it down, and we've got still some pretty close scores across the board.
The tippity top teams towards the tip top indeed. That's the name of the game here with 2 matches to go. We saw last game, very exciting indeed. What was important was that Reignite knocked out relatively early. Also T1 not making a huge splash. Those are our top 2 teams. So below them, Crazy Raccoon, they did almost what they needed to do. And now we get to look at the very important standings. Oh yeah, look at that. Exactly what we were talking about. Crazy Raccoon closing that distance a little bit. Now it's T1 143, Reignite 141, Crazy Raccoon 140. It might be safe to say that one of these 3 teams will be our champion, which is pretty exciting. Not to say that Jupiter Vega or even Fennel Korea, maybe a little bit further, can like go nuts and like win too. But there we are. It's as close as you would want it, Nathanius.
Yeah. And that's the way I like to see it. 140, 141, 143, and there are only 2 rounds left. We're gonna have game 15 and game 16 Up next, this is what I love to see. We have it. It's so close. It's so competitive. Any of these three teams can win. There is no more time to build a lead. If you think that one of these three teams winning this game could do it, that final map could easily switch it back the other way too. This is it. Everything has to come out. You know, throw everything, including the kitchen sink. Go get a new one and then throw that one too. there's just so much pressure now as well, which makes me more excited because it's more likely to see the mistakes or somebody really shine when the heat is on, right? Just 2 games left, a 2-point difference.
Yeah, it's as close as it can be, and based on the matches that we've seen, there's no reason not to expect it to keep being close. Like this might very well come down to the very end, and I'm definitely here for it. So we are moments away from getting into our second to last match. This region has been a treat to watch. They're talking about in the chat about how strong is this region, and it's like, well, I think it's safe to say it's really, really strong. There's a debate which is the best region. I think it's safe to say some of these teams have a claim for best in the world at this point. A lot of teams do in the world right now, but the point is we're seeing like not only are we seeing like such a close tournament, but this is the highest level of Apex Legends out there right now, and we're going to see these teams faced with a situation where it all comes down to this in classic esports tournament gameplay. This is bottom of the 9th, base is loaded, 2 outs. This is that moment right now for these teams with 2 matches to go, with how deadlocked it is. So it's going to be great. I kind of want to see some predictions in the chat of the top 3 that we see. Who do you guys have taking it? Again, Reignite, T1, Crazy Raccoon. These are the 3 that are really in contention right now. Who do you got? Get ready. It's all about to come to a conclusion here. 2 matches left.
I'm just so excited. I can't wait. I can't wait to get into the game and see what happens. There are so many things that we've been able to bear witness to. I'm gonna every night for the rest of my life, I'll lie down and think, I can't wait to have sweet dreams about GW versus CG and Lava Town. I'm gonna tell my kids stories about that one day. And possibly, however, this one ends, because we had another unique winner, of course, here in Lag, and we get to watch them make their way onto the field as we kick off round 16. And this has just been awesome. It's been so exciting. It's been so back and forth. And I mean, you can't really ask for more than this. As commentators, I don't know about you guys watching, but you can't really ask more for that. You can't ask for much more than a super close game with really good gameplay. And it's not like anybody did something weird or cheap. We didn't all sit here scratching our heads saying, how did they get 140 points? They were landing P20 shots from 100 yards away. Like what? No. Everybody's just been balling out of control on that grind. And if you're looking for some tonkatsu ramen, I would not suggest eating the one in that bowl. Instead, yes, this map is much nicer to look at. Thank you. Yeah, no, the noodles are definitely soggy in there. You can't eat that. No, you have to eat your ramen within the first 7 minutes of it being served. You have to.
Someone needs to do a cooking show in Apex or something, or see what the maps really have to offer from a cuisine standpoint.
At least they've got variety. They've got variety.
I will say though, for those of you, I know we're basically saying, what more could you ask for? Well, if you are looking for more, we are effectively the first shift here on the stream today. There's a lot more Apex Legends, not only today, but in the coming days and in the coming month here on twitch.tv/GLL Apex. So follow the stream at the very least. But coming up after this conclusion of this APAC North Grand Final, we're going to have the finals of the Middle East Africa region. That'll be on right when we're done, so make sure you stick around to check that out. And then after that, we're going to have 8 more matches for South America, the final of South America in Apex Legends for the GLL Spring Masters. So if you are bored of if you aren't bored of Apex Legends and you just want to keep watching all day, you legitimately have the opportunity to do that here today. And then I will mention some people asking about Europe and North America. Europe competition will happen April 14th and 15th, as well as North America. So April 14th, 15th, that will be North America, Europe action, with the finals on April 30th and May 1st. And then we'll be back a little later with APAC South coverage. And then eventually a show match. So I'm just trying to say there's a lot of Apex going on this channel. So if you're enjoying this, get ready. There's more.
Yeah, lots and lots of it coming. And don't worry, guys, we have it for you here. We've got GW fighting against CG. It's never gonna stop. They exist in this simulated fight that will go on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And I think, yeah, that's it. That's it. There's no more words to add to that. They are continuing to fight. We've got Suicune in the bottom, getting that med kit through. Has the Mastiffs, got it reloaded, coming up towards the top. He's watching Gibby's back, but they have yet to run back into the rest of the squad. I think the last guy from CG that we saw was a little bit lower towards the bottom, but they may have gotten it all completely cleared out too. So that's nice as well. Parka and T1 getting close to FUG over there by Skyhook. We've seen them fight a lot at Skyhook. This has been, I mean, their rotation path, right? They've landed Trials, Lava Fissure every single game, rotate Skyhook, and then depending on where they need to go, head south or head east through tunnels over towards the west destroyed town.
I think building engagements are always tricky. You're the Caustic player, so you probably like it more than I do, but I'm the guy who
nobody's
walks
even
in.
played Caustic. We didn't see, by the way, a single Caustic this whole tournament here. All right, you know, I mean, I'm a sick griefer. I would have just been happy to see him once, just literally at any one singular given time, but I couldn't even get that because we've got Parka going through that door blown open.
We still have another game to go, so maybe you'll get your Caustic, but building engagements are tough. I mean, we saw T1 completely fail a couple times today when trying to engage building. I mean, there's an element of unknown. You don't know if someone has a Mastiff around that door or through that door, or if there's again a caustic trap, if that were a thing. But when trying to engage building, I mean, there's an element of unknown. You don't know if someone has a Mastiff around that door or through that door, or if there's again a caustic trap, if that were a thing. But it can be a little risky, but you know, we've kind of been talking about it. This is the time for T1 to rise up. You know, this is the moment in competitive tournaments where you're asking the question, who's going to make a play? Who's going to rise up? Who's going to clutch up? 2 matches to go. You need kills. You need wins. But it's tricky, right? Because you're having to balance that between just trying to play safe and make sure you get a good placement. But this could be a moment for one of our top teams to really just start, you know, getting those points, getting those kills. We've seen T1 do it before. They've racked up so many kills in a game with a high placement. So I'm really looking out for that here in these next couple matches.
Yeah, and worth pointing out, we've had quite a few circles on the north side in the last couple of rounds. So this is going to be one of those games where we get to see T1 have to move a little bit more than usual. There's not really anybody that they're going to run into on the way to the circle this time, so they don't have to worry about that. Here is Reignite, one of those top 3 teams, just a point or so away from T1. We've got Dizzy Miss Lizzie 788 and Sano 874 all chilling out here. They are in a bit of a long-range shootout with Fennel Korea, and Lag is not far away either. They're about equidistant from where Reignite is hanging out, and they've got cover on both sides. Gibby Alt's gonna come in. Doesn't quite hit pay dirt though. They're able to get some good shots on Kiowa. Tarwini shields going down throughout this fight, but yeah, I mean, this shot just really gives you the idea. You know, you've got 6 people coming at you as a team of 3. Those 2 other teams can't really see each other from that perspective unless they loop around. But trying to hold off those attacks is just so difficult, especially with everything on the line. You don't want to take an unnecessary risk and go in there and just fight for no reason if you Reignite.
Absolutely. You don't want to be sandwiched. You don't want to be third-partied. Very narrow margins for error at this point. And we see a lot of teams just posturing, not really willing to make a push, not really, you know, just trying to lock down, get vision on the nearest opponent, and then just kind of chill and wait for the game to kind of unfold. So again, I'm really looking out for that moment for one of these teams to take initiative.
Let's go this
It's
way.
risky. It's the risky play, but take initiative, get some kills if you're one of these top teams, and take that risk to try to win the tournament. So I'm really looking out for that. And yeah, this game developing here. The storm is coming in for the first round, and we're going to start to see a lot of movement. You mentioned about the circle. It's kind of in an area where there's already a lot of teams, so I feel like we're seeing a lot of teams already get to the kind of where they want to be, and then just set up shop. Where the pressure is going to come in is going to be these teams that have to travel a longer distance. We see T1 here playing edge guard. That's FUG. They would love to pick up these kills. This is a huge moment for T1.
Yeah, and they were skirmishing with these guys earlier back over at Skyhook, but they rotated way ahead of them. Were able to get into a good position, and as we see there, it was just boom, laser,
Clean.
laser, laser. Each one of them picked one of the others, and they just racked and quacked them. As soon as they were able to get that circle position, they turned around. They were waiting for FUG. After they disengaged earlier, they knew they were going to have the faster rotation on the circle. It is just a very, very smart heads-up play to take advantage of that. You know, when you run away from a team, when you retreat, and you know that they kind of have to follow you, you just got to find that perfect spot, take advantage of the opportunity, and capitalize on it. Now, does T1 know that GTS is going to be waiting right on their flank as they come through? Parka's shields get peeled, and I feel like it's almost a blessing in disguise that he gets that heads up that they get with a shot to say, hey, yeah, okay, only one of you is going to take a little bit of damage. The rest of everybody can just try to get together and prepare for this team fight that's coming up.
T1 backpedaling, but there's not a lot of room to backpedal. There's an ultimate going the other direction, getting some decent shots. Maybe T1's going to push now. All of a sudden, we thought T1 was in a tough spot, but now they're able to turn around, dishing off some really nice damage with that Spitfire. Good up close, good at range. Just gotta have decent sights on it.
Can be good at everything. You got that purple mag. You're running around with 55
capacity.
shells.
Absolutely,
Exactly.
man. One of my favorite guns. Don't tell anyone that though. All right, GTS looks like they're gonna be on the run now. They were initially looks like they were trying to engage, but now, whether it, sometimes you see it's T1 and you're like, well, let's go another way. But other times you're just in trouble from quite a few teams, so you want to try to find a safer position. So let's see what happens here. Very important for T1 right now to stay alive, and it looks like they are doing just that for now.
Yeah, Parka leading some shots over there under the bridge. Now going to reset the rest of those shields back up. I mean, you got 2 gold armors. You're feeling nice. Everybody knows even if the gold armor doesn't have as much as the level 5 Evo, you still kind of swagging out on people. It still puts the fear of God into them. Good massive shots from up top on GTS. Gets down Cabbages. And
Jupiter.
Good cleanup there from Team Jupiter, but then we see the Horizon get knocked on the outside. Not really anywhere to run from that position. GTS strikes back, and Reignite actually getting in on the action here too.
Yeah, Reignite jumped in on that fight, and Abaddon from GTS just like, you know what? I'm out of there. The moment that Reignite jumped in, Abaddon got out of there, just going for placements at this point. Really good move from Reignite there, able to pick up almost a squad wipe. Meanwhile, T1 in a little bit of trouble. Every member is a little bit low on health. Obli might be the last one up. It's up to Karen Pay here, the Gibraltar, and this could be dire straits. No. Oh, wow. Barely able to survive it, taking out GTS. You're always wondering, though, are there other teams nearby? I'm sure they're a little nervous right now, but we're having a lot of action across the map. Reignite just having a great push, and T1 holding their own, able to barely come out on top of that team fight. Meanwhile, CVA over here looks like they're going to be pushing against USG, getting it down, but they have a man down on for themselves. So yeah, someone in the chat just said it. This region likes to fight a lot, and I think we're seeing that. We're jumping from fight to fight to fight here. A lot of fights breaking out. Yeah.
I mean, I just saw people prone under the water on the beach, just waiting for the circle for 40 minutes. My bad. Shikado comes around towards the side. Is going to help get Nagmegs over there right by the portal before they could try to escape through it. Good pickup there. 2 shots, gonna reload. I think that's 10 total on that Kraber for Chicago, so there was lots of opportunity there. Actually drops it. Gonna go instead for that Eva 8. Wants to have that close range shoddy power, and I think as the circle continues to close in, can't really fault somebody for that. Of course, you might just be trading that Kraber to one of the teammates.
T1 still running in, I'm pretty sure, so we'll have to look out for that. Looks like GW and Serpent both caught outside the circle. Or in the storm. There's quite a few teams actually caught in the storm. A 1v1. You know what just happened there? That was a 1v1 and both players just died outside in the storm.
That's pain. That is.
It's like you both know you're not long for the world, so you're like, you know what? Let's just fight it out to the death. There's an art to that. There's some poetry there somewhere.
So we've got Mito going for the shield regen as they make their way back into the ring. Want to have that at least front load a little bit of that health. And oof, I'm not gonna lie, that Bloodhound health got very low off the use of that med kit, because we are not in circle 1 anymore. You are taking a beating if you're not getting inside the ring. Absolutely cannot afford to spend too much time there. Of course, you're gonna be burning through your resources, which can, that's the thing about Apex is you can always mitigate what you're using because if you kill the other team, everything is like fully hopped up and reloaded when you take it off their bodies, etc. Like the armor, for example. So you don't really have to worry as much if you know you can win the fight. But if you don't win and then you've burned everything, yeah, well, that's sadness. It's almost as sad as going prone in a dark corner by yourself like that.
Sometimes you have to, though. And to your point there, and I kind of wonder about it. Obviously, resource attrition is the name of the game as the game goes along, as you get to the final circle especially. Hold that thought, though. So we got a fight here, and this is one of our contending teams. Crazy Raccoon. Looks like they're trying to push against Serpent and Fennel Japan over there, but they're receiving some shots from SBI, so they got to be careful. Yeah, what was I saying? I forgot.
It's okay. There's a lot of craziness happening.
Yeah, it's just the action just is nonstop.
Yeah, it was some good posturing there on that east side, but we're back over on the west with Karampe using that Spitfire that we've been talking about, laying siege with the heavy weaponry. Has the Q available. The ult is just restarting that cooldown now and coming around the outside. And this is the reason why Gibraltar is going to be on every single team that you're going to see in competitive Apex, especially if people are playing on maps like World's Edge. The bubble for repositioning through these open fields is impossible to overstate the value of not just being able to create space for your team, but we've also seen teams use it to try and cut off certain movements. Like when they're going in to deny a heal, they'll throw their bubble on the enemy team so that they can't shoot at them while they come in to engage. And there's a lot of different ways that you can do that. I think that's one of the most fun things about Gibby. He's really come into his own, and kind of a necessity for these compositions. Sorry, I forgot how to speak for a moment there. I wasn't sure if I was going to say the word necessary or necessity.
Reignite. They're doing the speaking for us here, getting another kill, which is quite nice for them. T1 is in the distance, and I remember the point I was trying to make earlier, just the importance of resources and the attrition game as we get to the end here. What resources do you prioritize? What do you kind of want? You talk about health, you could talk about meds. Ammo is really important. That's why these teams generally are going to diversify their weapon set so that each player is going to have somewhat different ammo. There's a lot of things to consider there. For me personally, I love those grenades, so I always kind of wonder about that, how many grenades you're holding, and that is going to be a very scarce resource as you get to these final stages. So always interesting to look out for what these teams are holding on to, especially in these really important moments towards the end of the match. 11 squads remaining. Lag shooting down the hill there. Quite a few teams in a pretty small area. Speaking of which, that's that's Flora and SBI going at it in a very tiny A-frame building.
Honestly, that upstairs is where I'd normally throw a bunch of traps to try and block the doors. So you see the Gibby bubble comes in, cutting off about half of it as Team Flora is able to get that wipe, and they've shown a good increase in strength since picking up that dub. It's been nice to see that. They've been really looking strong. Reignite still in it. Fennel Korea, Crazy Raccoon, T1 all still in it. Fennel Japan, I think, looks like they're down to one player along with USG IXIA. So not feeling super good over there. And honestly, we haven't had a circle, I think, in this whole entire tournament finished by the Geysers. So
right.
that is one of the other things I find fascinating. That's one of my, actually, when World's Edge just kind of came out, that was one of the first places. I always like landing there because there's just a bunch of tight hallways and doors in those buildings, and you can block them with traps, and then then you use the finisher and you get killed while you're using it, which is why pros don't use it. But I digress.
Here's T1. Important
T1
moment
coming up.
Yeah, they're fully kitted. They're fully shielded up. They're going to push this, and it's important for them to clean this up as fast as possible because a third party might be looming. It looks like that's what they're going to be able to do. Knocking one, knocking two. That's a squad wipe. Thank you very much. Obli getting his shields back, and just like that, look how fast their health and shields are back up. And honestly, also watch them as they're fighting. They're kind of looking and seeing if there are any teams nearby, if they're getting shot from any direction. But a great engagement there from T1. They have to be on the move though. The storm is closing in, so T1 has some ground to cover. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, it's Lag. They're facing off against Fennel Japan here. It looks like they're doing decently. T1 getting a little fight against Lag, getting a drop. You can see in the kill feed. And let's see here. Oh no, they have a man down. Captain is down from Crazy Raccoon. Now 2 men down. This is one of our contending teams. Really important for Crazy Raccoon to have a good round here. Selly trying to make it happen, but no. Crazy Raccoon taken out by Flora.
Gonna say Selly got a lot of work done earlier with that flatline, but it wasn't enough there. Now Flora actually getting third party over here. Lag comes in. I think it was just a wraith from Flora that was trying to get away over there, going in through this portal. Kiyoya coming in for the finishes, however, and it looks like wasn't sure if there was a sound of another team that was going to be making their way in there. It has been a third party bonanza as far as this game goes. Lots of bodies blocking the staircase. So there you go. That's how you build a barricade.
Yeah, Lag Gaming coming out on top there. We know T1 is somewhere. 5 squads remaining here, and I believe Reignite is still up. But Crazy Raccoon was knocked. They're out. They're out of this game, and that's important. So Crazy Raccoon is going to have a huge match next game no matter what. We see Reignite, 3 men still up in the building on the left-hand side. We see T1, they're outside. We can see them on the right-hand side of our screen here, trying to get some high ground. They know there's a lot of teams below them. Sliding down, they might try to take this engagement against FA. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, T1 just riding on the outside. In this kind of situation, you can hear the movement of the players on the inside. The guys inside can hear the guys outside that are running around. We've got FAOIO Tappy, he was just holding that door, but they're actually going to push into the building a little bit back towards closer where Lag is. Not going to try to force their way through FA. And Lag's been doing a really good job taking their fights this game. So I feel like there's a little bit of maybe they just wanted this building. They want their own space to hold on to rather than trying to force a fight. I think the stakes are a little bit too high at this point, especially since Reignite and T1 are both alive. The ideal scenario for either of these teams is that the other gets killed in a skirmish with these guys. But if they don't, then they're picking up more kills themselves. So you really don't want Reignite coming out and killing FA if you're T1. Just like you don't want T1 coming out and killing these guys if you're Reignite. You're only going to have so many more opportunities to get points. And this is the second to last game. So there really are not that many more opportunities. A minute and 20 before the ring just closes in and kills everybody.
This looks really solid for T1. They got in a really good position on this circle, at least compared to the other teams. And what's going to trigger this is the storm, but also a fight. Once 2 of these teams start fighting, it's just going to be everyone going in on one location. So, and then this game will be resolved. Again, the teams look out for Reignite and T1. Who's going to come out on top? Looks like Reignite's in a little bit of trouble. FA ending up, looks like they're going to push that. And 788 is on the run. Yeah, so he's on the run from Reignite. Reignite, they're out in 5th or 4th. They're out soon. That's not ideal for them. And T1, this just became huge for them. T1 would absolutely love to win this match. It would set them up in a huge way, and it's theirs to lose at this point. They have all players up.
With 4 squads total left in this game, and as you were talking about Reignite kind of being taken off the board here, that's a huge moment. Now it looks like LT going at it. So you've got Lag and Serpent playing against each other in that other building, and they're going to kill each other. That's not going to be super influential unless any of these kills can be stolen by T1, but they're coming in. Kiyoya's got the Peacekeeper at the door. 1 shot left in the clip. Going to be able to hit it, it looks like, but there's the top shot from Barca on that EVA 8. Getting it done, taking down Arufa, and those kills actually getting finished by the third parties happening from the other team. So there's at least 5 kills that we can see that Parka had. Team Lag does get wiped there by Serpent, and with the assists, of course, from T1, and it's just 2 squads. So I think we've got T1 here versus Serpent. And Serpent hasn't had the strongest showing, but they've had a good run in this game. T1 Parka stepping up with that Spitfire, getting a lot of damage done, but no knocks.
No knocks, but that might be just enough damage for the rest of the team to come in. You know the callouts are happening. They're weak, they're weak, they're weak. Push, push, push. T1's got it, dude. Oh, what a shot. 319. I didn't even see the guy. That's how good that shot was.
Yeah, landed some brutal hits. Oh, there's that Kraber. When you want to win a tournament, that's how you do it. You land your shots like that. T1 picks up the match 15 dub. And well, fans of the other 2 top 3 teams, you gotta, if you've got your sweating emojis or whatever in the chat, bring them out. Get yourself a fan to point at yourself, because it is getting hot in here. T1, that is exactly the kind of play that they needed to give themselves a bit of a buffer because even though Reignite got pretty deep with them, every single placement counts, and there were a couple of teams that managed to survive past the demise of Reignite.
Just a clinic from T1. Oh my, yeah, this is one of those matches you can watch again and again, and you should watch T1, how they kind of handled it. They played a little bit slow from the beginning. They're very precise with their engagements. They made sure not to get third partied, and they played just really good Apex Legends. Talented team. We've seen them absolutely on fire yesterday. There we see Crazy Raccoon getting knocked out a little early. They're one of our contenders. They need to stay alive a little bit longer. But again, T1 just managing that really well. You know, they never really got stuck. They seemed always in control, and they were able to mix in a ton of kills. That's definitely a bonus for them. They were really playing to just win, get that top 3, and look at these Kraber shots. It's just beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Boop. Thank you. How did he know? How did he know that head would peek out? Man, these guys are good. T1, they're going to be our leaders going into our final match. But I don't want to be that guy. They have been knocked out early in some of our matches. So
you know,
don't you think it's over yet? Don't eat your breakfast sandwich yet. We're not ready for the next region.
My fear
still has to unfold.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, it's gonna be terrifying. I'll get through all my fears with this and all the craziness. We're gonna tally the scores and get ready for the final round here today for APAC North to crown that champion. Will it be T1? Will it be someone else? We'll find out on the other side of the break. We'll see you soon.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do.
Then tell me what you wanna do. Then tell me what you wanna do.
Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do.
You could have had it all. You could have had it all. You could have had it all, but you didn't come right. You didn't come right. Now you wanna go and call me. I'm done praying on you. A queen like me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the GLL Spring Masters. Sorry, I was very focused on my coffee there as the sun is up here now. It is nice and bright outside, but we have a champion to crown still for the Apex Legends APAC North grand finals. I'd say, yes, quite redundant, I know, but it's been a long day and I'm having a lot of fun. I'm Nathanius, joined by Axel Toss, and we did it, man. 2 days, 16 games. Well, the 16th one is coming up. And this 16th round is going to be potentially the one that decides all of it. T1 definitely bought themselves some buffer room with their performance in match 15. However, as you said before, they've died 17th. They've died 20th. If something like that happens, I don't know. Then the whole thing is out of their hands here in this final round, right?
Yep, we've seen it happen, and my gosh, this has been a ton of fun. The fact that on day one we had a different team winning every game, and then coming into the final day we've had 2 teams win twice. So it's like, or sorry, 3 teams win twice. So it's crazy. I believe that's true, but it's crazy just seeing how competitive all these teams are, and then how close it is even at the top. So here are our results from the last game. 31 points is absolutely massive for T1. 19 kills.
19 kills is disgusting.
TCH, absolutely clutch.
Oh my god,
from T1, an absolutely massive showing when they absolutely needed to.
So
wow.
Crazy Raccoon and Reignite basically, okay, they need T1 to instantly lose, and they need to pop off. 12 points from first place would not put either of these teams into that 170 range. So you're looking at least first place and what, 10, 13, 14-ish kills to catch up to that number, assuming that T1 gets 0 points. So, okay, it looks a little more grim than I anticipated. I did not realize they got 19 kills. That's just, I'm going to be sick to my stomach thinking about that now as we watch them drop in. If they basically kill anybody or just AFK in the corner and get 2 or 3 points, it should be impossible for them to lose at this rate. They really did it with that second to last game, 19 kills. Oh my god. Yeah, well, that's a backbreaker.
It's a good team. They're good at Apex Legends.
I don't have anything. I have nothing else.
You know, I remember I was kind of mentioning it at the beginning of last game where I was like, they've done it. T1 has done it. In this environment, they've been able to pick up a ridiculous amount of kills, and they've been able to get a high placement, and they've been able to completely control the game, completely control the lobby. And what we just saw is T1 stepping up when they absolutely had to do that. So here we are in the final game of our grand final for the APAC North regions for GLL Masters Spring, and it is T1's tournament to lose. They are certainly a heavy favorite here in this game, and you pretty much laid it out in basic mathematics. T1 effectively just needs to finish outside the bottom 5, pick up at least like 3 kills, somewhere around there, and also this is one of those and also situations. Reignite and or Crazy Raccoon needs to have an absolutely nutty game, crazy game. They need to pop off.
Yes.
They need to do what T1 did last game, and I would be remiss if that is not going through their minds right now. So look out for Crazy Raccoon, look out for Reignite. They know what they need to do. T1 put it out there, and Crazy Raccoon and Reignite is up to them. Pick up the kills and make this game happen for themselves.
Yes, they do. And it is important to note, I just want to remind everybody, we haven't looked at the graphic for it in a little bit, but I did want to make sure we mentioned this. So Yes, it's going to be really hard for anybody to overtake T1, but that is not the end of the world because the prize distribution for APAC North still goes as 5,000 for first place. So T1, I don't count chickens before they hatch or whatever. So T1 is close. They're close to getting that. They really just have to do the bare minimum and they should be okay. But second place, 2,500, not bad. Third place, 1,250. I mean, you're still doubling your money for every place that you move up from that point, right? Fourth place is 750. Even fifth place, $500 to split is better than sixth. Is all I'm gonna say. So you're looking for that second place prize competition at this point between Crazy Raccoon and Reignite. And the best case scenario, of course, is that they'd pop off. But like I said, the point differential is about 25. So you need first place and at least 13 kills. And that's only assuming that T1 literally gets no points this game. Unsurprisingly, they're taking it real slow.
Right?
Taking it real slow here.
They're literally going in the opposite direction of the circle. So we see some teams that just chill really far away and just try to bide their time and come in late. The good news with that is you can make it in the top 10, maybe top 15 by doing that. But the problem is eventually you're going to have to get closer and closer to where other teams already are. And then that's where it gets awkward and it gets really hard to finish the top 5. So we'll see how T1 decides to handle this. For now, they're not running towards the action. They're not running towards the circle. They're kind of running away from all of it. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, this is Reignite. They're one of the teams that need to rack up the kills and win this game if they want to win this tournament. And once again, Crazy Raccoon is going to be that other team that we're going to look out for to have a huge game here. But we're in the early stages now. Only one squad down, and our teams are playing patiently. Shout out to everyone in the chat. I see you guys. Remember to tune in all day today, and we have a lot more Apex Legends coming on the stream as the month goes along. So this is pretty much your source for a lot of high-level Apex Legends. Thanks for hanging out and being kind in the chat, seeing a lot of that, which is nice.
Yeah,
and be
Apex
sure to check
people are
around.
super chill. You guys have been awesome.
Yeah.
Seriously. It's been a blast reading the discussions about strategies and rotations and maps because I definitely recognize the APAC North. The way that these guys play is pretty aggressive compared to some of the really slow, more rotational based styles that you'll see. Like, you know, if you watch like NA teams and whatnot, it's all about the way that they move. Everybody tries to avoid fights as long as possible, just trying to get to the best position before they take any sort of engagement. Whereas here, well, there's been a lot of W keying, and I'm not gonna lie, it's been fun to watch. It's been exciting. It's been a good time. And I think the big focus, big things we'll keep our eyes on, of course. We'll look at we'll be looking at Crazy Raccoons, we'll be looking at Reignite, but I think T1 is also going to be looking at them a lot too, because one of the reasons why it's important for them to stay alive, even if they don't get kills right now, if they see those two teams die, then they can do whatever they want, and the stress is instantly gone, right? Or if they get an opportunity to kill them themselves, same thing. So you don't want to pass up the opportunity to save yourself in a worst case scenario. You don't want to just die and be like, hope the other team doesn't get 25 points, right? So I think all things considered, some pretty solid moves out of him. Reignite was pretty close to where that circle was ending up though, right? I think was it closer towards thermal this game?
Yeah, I believe so. And
I might have missed it the last time we looked at it. I think it was closer over that way. We got Karma coming up here. There's the Mastiff out of Rootsie from HE. Gets Pinky and Lilia from Team SBI. HE, we've seen these guys they're very opportunistic. You know, they kind of stalk people. They wait for that one moment of weakness, and then they just go in. Fennel Korea, notably, eliminated at this point in time already, but T1 Crazy Raccoon still in it with Reignite North.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on T1, even if they might not be involved in action. I'm very curious about how they're going to be moving around the map, so we'll keep an eye on that. You know, the schools of thought there, it's like, okay, maybe they'll just try to actively avoid fights, just try to stay alive, and then just take the championship. That's valid tournament play. But again, I wouldn't be surprised to see them still just looking for third parties. Maybe that's the play. You know, you stay passive, but you still look for third parties and look for ways to still pick up some kills. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, Reignite and Crazy Raccoon, they're the ones that we're going to look out for to have a huge game if they're going to have a chance to win this tournament.
Yes, there's a lot of work to be done. But like we were saying, of course, that second place is still really important and worth playing for as well. the money is still good enough that all of these teams that are in that top 10, if there's any opportunity to squeeze into 5th place, get a little bit of money for all the time and energy that you put into this tournament, you obviously want to walk away with something rather than nothing. So everybody here still playing for something. Absolutely not one of those weird like no stakes type scenarios. As we have Crazy Raccoon, we're keeping our eyes on them on the south edge of the circle and getting a couple of good shots off with that Spitfire. Does have the gold kit for it, by the way. So if you thought the Spitfire was strong before, this one on Ross is pretty cracked out right now. There goes the Horizon Ultimate trying to throw that one forward, pulling them all in while they throw the Arc Stars as that shield goes away. And well, when you get 3 people stuck together and someone's got a gold Spitfire, you're dead.
And you know, ridiculous accuracy with the Arc Star throws, getting those stickies. Super effective, some might say. This is the ideal start for Crazy Raccoon. Hate to say it, they got a nice squad wipe. They held their own there. Pretty risky spot there. That could have been a moment where they're knocked out of contention, but that's what they want. Rack up those kills. And now we're seeing some fights unfold across the map here. We have GTS Art taking some shots. Someone only has level 1 shields. And it looks like GTS is going to be on the pursuit here. Looks like GW is going to be that team that is probably not in a good position. Yeah, a lot of damage being done. See you later, GW. GTS is going to hold it down there. Good for them. And as you mentioned, there's plenty of placements that are being paid here. So each and every one of these teams is going to try to make a move in the last game. And honestly, you want to be in those highlight reels. You want to be on the broadcast. You want to be featured. So look out for those plays. T1 in a fight here. Very interesting fight location. I don't think we've seen a fight location here. This is,
man, you know, this is where I land when I want to feel like I'm smart and then just get insta-wrecked because I'm like, oh yeah, just because you have high ground doesn't actually give you a free advantage in every fight because there is so much cover all over. But watching the 2 floating things is being where they do their battle. I have to say, this is not what I expected, but I'm okay with it. I'm happy with it. And basically, like we said, any kills from T1 here are basically tournament securing kills. There is the black hole pulling in on the side of the inside of the building, not able to really get too much done there. But like killing these 3, if they get this team wipe, it goes up to what, 28-point difference. And yeah, I don't know. I'm telling someone that they have to get like a 20
what
bomb
would
to
be
win the
really
tournament.
bad is if T1 found a way to just die here. So that's what we're really looking out for. And T1 definitely going to play that really carefully. They're looking for the kills, but they definitely don't want to be wiped. That would be a disaster.
Yeah. It honestly is still not even that bad, right? Like the absolute worst case scenario for them is that the tournament becomes the most highlighted, talked about tournament we've ever had because of the most crazy comeback, and they still get 2,500 second place. Parka, however, coming up forward, gets those shields peeled off. Tauntaun coming up on the back. Jumping up is CBA Pachi. Obley gets in the face of him, but not quite able to secure the kill. Karanpe gets it with that shotty, and we have seen some beautiful plays out of T1. Those are exactly the kinds of moves that have guaranteed their position in this tournament, and I feel a little bit more comfortable saying it now as they get that wipe. And we also, with less than 15 squads remaining, you're going to start to get a point or 2 for placement, which once again, just another thing keeping that gap up for T1.
Yeah, T1 doing exactly what they need to do. They might be hearing the "We Are the Champions" theme, you know, in the background while they're playing this, because they're playing like it. They're playing like champions, taking out that team they just wiped with authority. Really, just really nice tactics. Ooh, here's Crazy Raccoon. They're in dire straits. They're being pursued. Crazy Raccoon, can they hold on? Remember, they're in contention here. GTS pushing, changing their minds. That was a grenade and an ult. We don't want to deal with that, so they're going to back up for now. Crazy Raccoon, though, look at that. Selly so low in health, barely staying alive. Really important for Crazy Raccoon to stay alive here.
Yep, got a lot of work to do. And as we were saying, the situation with T1 seems like they're going to have first place locked up really, really well. So Crazy Raccoon, their big goal here, since I don't see 10 kills on Captain right now, I don't know if there's going to be 10 on the other 2 teammates. So those kill points that we were talking about, still a little bit of a distant dream, but that second place situation is still looking pretty nice for them. It is going to boil down, I think, a lot to where Reignite ends up falling, or how many kills they end up getting too. as we make our way towards the end of it. This is the final round, so having all of those points together here, this is where it all counts. Every game that we played the last 2 days has all been so that we can reach this point where we're like, hey, final game, get 10 kills and you're in, right? Kind of situation going on. And we have quite a bit of engage being used here on Crazy Raccoons. Pushing in is Team GTS. They get the knock on to Captain Ray, and Karaju go down, however, so it's just Ross and Sally trying to close it out here against this squad. Only one more of those other players were remaining, I believe, as they get, it was Karaju and the other down. Don't know if they were close enough to get one of the reses. There's the knock player coming down to try and finish that off. They did get that res. Ross has to pop the shield battery before going back down there.
Huge res in the open too. They're somehow able to figure that out, and now we're getting some kills. That's what they need. I don't know how Crazy Raccoon survived that, how they got a third man up, but they were able to get some kills there. However, more teams are in the area. Third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties. Look out. But what a moment this would be for Crazy Raccoon to put on a clinic. Remember, T1 is out there somewhere still. Reignite should still be out there also. There we see CG. That's going to be the team that's kind of pushing in this direction. Crazy Raccoon, you need to get your health up. You gotta get your health up. Gotta get those gotta get those shields up. Looks like they're gonna be able to breathe for now. All right, back to T1, and that is an ultimate from Bloodhound from Obly, and they are pursuing another team, dropping. Oh no, that's Reignite. That's one of the top teams. That's one of the teams in contention. What a huge engagement for T1. I don't know if they were able to wipe Reignite there, but at least one man is down, and T1 is gonna be really happy about that.
Yeah, that is problematic. Not quite as problematic as being forced into this position. Feels very comfortable though. You know, these are some pretty nice rocks. And Dizzy Miss Lizzie, she has found that she prefers the rocks that look like they're on fire. You know, this is what happens when it gets cold outside. You got to stay warm. Just chill on the inside of an active volcano. No big deal. I guess the whole world is kind of a volcano, really, if you think about it. At least that world, the world that World's Edge is on, is yeah. They got, I don't know, man. You got some ecological things going on.
That's true.
If there's that much fire around you, I mean, I guess that's why, you know, it's a giant fight to the death, and it's not, you know, that's not where you go to get your morning coffee.
Yeah, we might there's probably going to be developments as the seasons go along, so we'll see how that, if it ever cools down. But we saw that, dude. We saw Reignite down to just 2, so that's tricky for them, especially with Crazy Raccoon having such a good game. Again, even if we're not going for first, there's still second that's out there. Meanwhile, CG picking up the kill lead. However, guess who heard that fight happening? That's Crazy Raccoon. Selly jumping in there. Selly jumping in there. And Flora, as you mentioned, on the other side. Crazy Raccoon looking to pick up some kills.
You got Captain and Ross on the building, getting Shakabu right next to that respawn beacon. Very low, shields peeled off, gets knocked, looks for the finish. Shakabu has been taken down. The finisher there from Selly with that triple take. We've seen some really good triple take shots. And, well, I mean, all of the snipers out of Selly have just been very, very strong today. Flatline, triple take. We've seen a little bit more lean towards that flatline here in this second day of games. And, well, that's the reason why the sniper's there, because Selly been landing them hits big time.
Yeah, and that's T1. This is actually really interesting right now. T1 and Crazy Raccoon are literally feet away from each other. And that's another team around the corner. Crazy Raccoon is in the middle of so many teams right now. Good luck to them. This is the time, again, where they need to step up and make it happen. T1 going to be playing it safe on the high ground here. Looking at Crazy Raccoon from above. Seeing that team come in from the right-hand side. And T1 looks to be in a better position as far as the circle is concerned. Crazy Raccoon looks like they still have to move, so this is dire for Crazy Raccoon. But again, this could be the moment where, if let's say they push T1 here, in theory, if they can push T1, knock them out, and then kill the rest of the people on the map, then they can maybe win this thing.
I mean, you're still asking for a lot with that, but at the same time, for T1, with how far in they are, I think they basically guaranteed it, right?
Does Crazy Raccoon try to push this with that in mind? I wonder.
I don't think either of those two other teams are looking at 20 kills this game, no matter how good they've been playing. As Ross going to come over, gets the shot on the black hole to shut it down. Well, it's generated by a little robot type thing. You can blow it up and get rid of it, but you know, it's more fun to just call it what it is.
Not a great spot for Crazy Raccoon. That's T1 right above them. Bring grand finals for the APAC region. Raz
boosts up, kind of makes himself a sitting duck target there as they make their way forward. Karampe, though, is going to get knocked down. There goes Obley next. Captain and Selly are still alive, getting the shield swap going to keep everything rocking and rolling. And there's a nice cleanup as T1 gets taken down. I think that first place still pretty much guaranteed for them. But you know what? I have absolutely no problem being wrong with that, because that's just the kind of sick griefer I am if it somehow turns into an upset.
Honestly, though, all the credit to Crazy Raccoon. That makes me a huge fan of them. They knew the circumstance there, and they took the fight to T1 and they took him out. So Crazy Raccoon trying to pull off some end game heroics.
These guys are so good at these crazy situation fights, man. I'm thinking they're from Raccoon City. You know, they've seen it all. These guys are tough. They're battle hardened. And that was ugly right there. What we just got to see too. What?
Here we see.
What is this?
Yep.
I can't.
Nice little cranny.
When you want to settle down, but you know the housing market's a little expensive.
In the hillside of Los Angeles, perhaps.
Well, in that case, that hole in the mountain's probably still 300,000.
Okay, Crazy Raccoon. I wasn't exaggerating. I think they'd literally have to kill literally everyone else on the game, on the map, and that might not even be enough. But kudos to Crazy Raccoon, competing to the very end. You love to see it. At the very least, they're going to try to go for second place.
That's 4 on Captain. I don't know how much the other 2 have. I guess I'm keeping my eyes on that as we go through. There's only 3 squads remaining, so they'll get a lot of placement points. They've basically done everything they need to do, but I think at the end of the day, it still kind of boils down to, at least for first place, that situation with them. But I'm sure they're going to have second place locked in after this, though, which more than worth it. That was still very much up in the air, as that's the difference of, you know, $12.50 for third and $2,500 for second place. Still a good amount of money, decent chunk of change to say the least.
These are the final teams fighting, and our lone player from Reignite actually has moved. So we'll see if he tries to re-enter the fight and tries to pull off a sneaky rat win. Someone just jumped off the... Okay, jumped down to the lava. Looks like Crazy Raccoon's still in a good position. 3 squads left. They look to be in complete control. Hey.
788, getting another one on the way out here hiding, but there it is. Crazy Raccoon is gonna win that round. And you know, they got a pretty good amount of kills in that game. I think T1 got like 2 or 3 squad wipes though before they ran into them. So Crazy Raccoon did kill T1, but T1 started 25 points ahead, and I think it was actually Reignite that was in second as well. So Crazy Raccoon might have needed another extra point or 2 over them for that even. So
they might have done that. I mean,
it's close.
I'm just gonna, you know, T1. We're doing the math behind the scenes right now.
We're hanging out. We're tallying it.
Yeah, I have a feeling though T1 probably has it, and then Crazy Raccoon probably second, and then Reignite probably third. That's probably where it's at, but we're going to find out. Let's take a look at the highlights. Crazy Raccoon, one of the teams entering that final match, needing to go absolutely huge. And guess what they did? They held off some early game fights, and they made it through to the very end. Also looking closely at T1, here's one of the first squad wipes they had. Very important moment. They're just trying to pad the lead that they were able to acquire in the last match, a significant lead. So T1 with that squad wipe might have done exactly what they needed to do to be our champions. But again, the story of the match, if it was T1 versus Crazy Raccoon, winner take all at the end, Crazy Raccoon took out T1 in a squad fight, but that's not how it works. But again, kudos to Crazy Raccoon taking the fight to T1, wiping them out, and then you could tell they were playing with a little bit of extra energy in this final match.
Yeah,
I'm look at this, 7 kills up there for the kill leader. It's gonna be pretty up there. There's gonna be Crazy Raccoon. They pulled off a lot of kills in that game.
Yeah, and then it was just that drop down there towards the end. Just you love to see the game end like that. You love to see the game end like that, Axel Toss. That's all I'm gonna say. While we wait for that scoreboard to come up, but it was such a good time. I really think the thing that kept this interesting, and this, I don't know how dumb this is going to sound, but I'm just going to say it anyway. I feel like the inconsistency from T1 was probably the most exciting thing about this tournament, because if they had played like they did in this game and in the 3 rounds that they won, if they had played even somewhat consistently to that level throughout the whole tournament, probably would have won like 5 rounds and would have been like 100 points ahead by this stage of the tournament. So you know, shout out to T1 for not not playing too well that it was over well before the final round. You know, kind of clutching it in that second to last round was pretty gnarly because they got that. It was a 3-point difference, but then they won with 20 kills, and that's just, I mean, that's just demoralizing. They absolutely buried everybody in that round, and then yeah, like I said, I don't really think they ended up needing that much here, but they still got some anyway. So we'll have those results tallied.
We almost saw something like that from T1. There, you know, the game that they won yesterday, right, where it was ridiculous. I mean, they got so many kills yesterday. They had like 30 more kills than the next highest team, which is insane at this level of play. So T1 had moments yesterday where it's like, okay, they might just run away with it, but you know, credit to all the other teams too. In some cases, isolating T1 or figuring out how to knock them out, maybe due to T1's, as you said, a little bit of inconsistency, perhaps a moment of poor decision making. But we had a lot of other teams rise up and really get some nice games going, which is really cool to see. Reignite, Crazy Raccoon, especially in the last game from Crazy Raccoon, and then some other teams here and there getting wins for themselves, which is really cool. It's not like we just saw 2 or 3 teams just winning. We had like 5, 6, 7, 8 different teams winning, maybe even more than that, between today and yesterday. So that's really cool to see, and I'm looking forward to these numbers being crunched. Again, I have a feeling it's going to be T1 at the top is my feeling, and then Crazy Raccoon just below. But again, Crazy Raccoon was such an insane game.
They were behind. They were behind Reignite. They had to get it going to secure that too. Or either that, or they were only 1 point ahead, or whatever. But it was close enough that what they did in this game did matter. It was very important for them to make it that far. And while we wait, as the results are coming in now, I am hearing. Just a reminder, we've got a lot more Apex action coming up, but we'll get to that in a second, as we have the score. So this is just from match 16. Crazy Raccoon picked up 31 points.
It's massive.
Oh, now I'm really scared to see this final scoreboard, as we are gonna pull that one up next. And T1 did clutch it. Like I said, they did pick up points. Tragically, they didn't instantly lose. Had they instantly lost, Crazy Raccoon actually would have won this whole entire tournament, which would have been freaking awesome. But they did secure that second place at 2,500. And well, T1, what can we say? They were easily the most dominant team in the whole tournament, despite their terrible placement points. Crazy Raccoon really caught up with kills towards the end, but 112 kills, considering that they had some rounds where they had 0. That's still really impressive, Axel Toss.
Awesome stuff, really. Round of applause to all these teams. T1, Crazy Raccoon, definitely kind of separating themselves from the crowd. And remember, Sully from Crazy Raccoon, he used to be on T1 and then transferred over. So it's a lot of talent concentrated across these two teams. But just the number of kills there at the top, 112, 100. T1 and Crazy Raccoon, my gosh, they win all in. They went all out to achieve those numbers. So very well played indeed. But T1, our champions, very well deserved. A little bit inconsistent, but
yeah. And big shout out to Jupiter and Lag as well, making it for 4th and 5th. They're still getting that money. They're still getting some cash for playing these 16 rounds. This crazy tournament we've had over this week has just been awesome. Axel Toss, I love getting to watch Apex, and it's really fun to be able to cast it again. But I have to say, APAC North really delivered with just how crazy all of the games were. So much action.
Yeah, a lot of fun. It's so much fun to watch, seeing this region in action, seeing how close the games were, and how highly competitive everyone was. It's a treat. So thanks to GLL for having us on and allowing us to cover this. Obviously, a little bit early in the morning for us, but that's fine. And then a reminder, you kind of mentioned it, there's a lot of other Apex Legends matches and games happening on this channel. Coming up after this, we've got Middle East Africa region. It's going to be the finals. It's going to be the same thing that we just did, new commentators, and we're going to cover the finals of that Middle East Africa region, followed by the South America region today. And then a lot of people asking about Europe and North America. That's going to be coming up April 14th and 15th. Basically, just a lot of Apex Legends happening on this stream. So make sure you guys check it out. And thanks for tuning in, everyone.
Yeah, I think that does it for us here. Big congratulations again to T1 for that first place. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us. And like we said, I think it's going to be in about an hour. It should be on. They're going to be moving on to the rest of the regions here for the GLL Spring Masters. That's been Nathanius and Axel Toss. We really appreciate you guys tuning in and hope you had a good time. We'll see you for the next set of finals later today. Cheers.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah, cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sick. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money.
Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle.
Yeah.
It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Show me the money. Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on a yacht to the island.